from the next conference. So just to be clear, picking up on what Paul McGarry was saying earlier on, if you do want to throw a glass of water over me, you can only do so at this conference, but not the next one, okay? So, conference, we now move on to a speech from one of our party spokespeople. For me, he is one of the great and exciting young talents that we have got in our party. And just a few months ago, he scored one of our best ever election results in a council by-election in Murray. I'm really looking forward to hearing his comments.
Good morning, conference. I hope everybody enjoyed the festivities of the evening meal last night. I know I did, and I'm surprised to see so many of you this morning. Good morning. So for those that don't know me, as Kevin Alexander, and I'm your sport and culture spokesperson, and I've been really proud to be working on a number of policy issues for the last couple of years within the party. So I'm excited to be here today in Inverness, so close to our home in the capital of the Highlands for our conference. So for those who have travelled from further afield, welcome. For those who do, so a little bit about me, my background, and I go on about this a lot, so apologies for those who have heard it. I have played rugby my entire adult life. I was doing it long before I was old enough to vote or before I knew who Willie Rennie was. And then when he came knocked the door, I don't think I could forget who Willie Rennie was. So my passion for sport was one of the reasons I was determined that we were going to offer something truly special for the next Scottish Manifesto for next year. Because with all due respect, most of the parties across the spectrum, they just give fan service to our sport. They will happily turn up for the photo opportunity, but when they're talking about fundamental change, there's very little in substance. So that's why last year I introduced our fair deal for Scottish sport at the conference, which was unanimously passed, so thank you everyone. Within that fair deal, we call for the Scottish Government to protect the budgets of mental health and Sport Scotland, as well as making funding available for mental health first aid training at sports clubs, as well as within governing bodies. Our fair deal also supports strengthening community asset transfer legislation, that community empowerment, make sure those facilities stay open and stay in our communities, especially in the risk of closure, especially with public cutbacks, with council funding being the way it has been. It also calls for Sports Scotland to introduce something that is also really personal to me. It calls for because at the moment there isn't a funding stream specifically targeted for participation. Because if we can get more people active, we will have a healthier nation and a more mentally well one as well. I'm also especially proud that our party is now pushing for robust misconduct policies across Scottish sport to protect vulnerable groups, tackle misogyny, establish clear protocols on sexual misconduct. And one that's really important to me, we have also expressed our full support for the work of Sam H, who are here today, so please do go and say hello to them in the exhibition. I wasn't paid for that shout out, by the way, just making sure you know. We signed up to their mental health charter, which is something that holds a lot of personal significance to me, because during the pandemic, one of our rugby teammates sadly took his own life when he lost access to his sport. That was his community. And we were living in a rural part of England at that point, and we didn't know just how lack of any kind of support he had. So that I was absolutely proud that we decided to support that mental health charter, and we are putting in robust policies to protect mental health and bring it in line with physical health across Scotland. It would be also remiss of me to not mention that we also supported we also are very much in favour of supporting football clubs, rugby clubs, clubs across this country in the wake of severe financial difficulties, because with all due respect, the Scottish Government has taken their eye off the ball. For example, we have a Scottish sport minister living just on the other side of the river in the city you are in today and could not pick up the phone at all when Inverness Cally Thistle were facing administration. And I do hope that everything continues to go in a positive fashion and we see this great Super Cally going ballistic in the Scottish Leagues for many, many more years. And sorry to any Celtic fans who may have been offended at that particular reminder. But culture is also a huge part of my brief. Again, a bit about me. I am a game designer by trade. I work in digital media. I've worked in it for about 8 years. It's my professional occupation away from politics. So using that industry experience, I really want to make sure that our culture side was really strong too. And conference last year, someone many of you know also put forward a really important motion on culture because just like sport, arts and culture is really good for a person's mental health. And with that, I want to say a personal thank you to somebody who everybody will be familiar with in Concerts Hall, Lorna Kamek, for bringing forward a motion to support that, and it will be in the manifesto next year. So within our strong policy platform for culture, I have been campaigning against cuts to the arts sector by both Westminster and our Holyrood governments, as well as calling on the Scottish Government to ensure that there is no big city or central belt bias in Creative Scotland's funding decisions, which is a real issue affecting our culture sector. Drawing on my experiences, I've also joined an all-party group for the games industry at the Scottish Parliament, and I'm deeply concerned by the lack of support for this growing industry. Again, we talk about fan service. Everybody in the Scottish Government is really happy to promote the games industry as this new, exciting Scottish industry. Yet, in Glasgow, Axis Studios, who hired over 160 people, closed last year. And what did the Scottish Government do? Did they pick up the phone? Did they email? Did they even meet with the people affected? Well, my FOI request that I put in, my Freedom of Information request, found that the Arts and Culture Minister and nobody in the Scottish Government has even engaged on those job losses. And this is a major studio that we have just lost. 160 people out from the industry and now looking for work. It's not good enough and we deserve better, and it's time we said game over to this Scottish Government. So just like, it's been a challenging time for that game industry, as I've just been saying. It's also a challenging time for public finances across Scotland. Sport and culture is no exception. In the coming year, ahead of the Scottish Parliament election, I'm going to be continuing to fight against drastic cuts to both sectors and ensuring that Scottish Liberal Democrats present the strongest vision for their future in 2026 and beyond. I look forward to discussing these issues with you at conference, and please do come and have a chat with me. Most of you know my name, I hope by now. I've been speaking for a wee bit. And we will be the party that champions sport and culture in Scotland. Thank you for letting me speak to you this morning. Have a great conference.
Thank you very much, Neil. So we're now going to move on to SC5, which is the motion that appears in page 21 of your conference agenda. This is on improving Scotland's links with Europe. We are running slightly behind schedule time-wise because you lot love to talk about standing orders so much, but we'll see what we can do in terms of trying to catch up a little bit of time. I should also say that I've already had a request for a separate vote, which we will get to in due course. But if I can ask Sally Pattle from West Lothian to stand by, and I call Ray Georgeson from Mid Lothian and the Borders to move the main motion. Ray.
Thank you, Chair, and good morning, Conference. It's my privilege this morning to propose this motion calling for improvements to Scotland's transport links with the European mainland, primarily through investment in ferries and rail to plan for lower carbon impact travel and to boost trade and tourism. Before I get into the bulk of my speech, I need to draw your attention to a transcription error in the motion as printed in the booklet. If you just check lines 31 and 32, which is kind of paragraph 4 of the section called Conference Believes That, the sentence there doesn't make sense. A couple of words disappeared in between my text and the final print. So the sentence should read, To reduce the carbon footprint of tourism to Scotland, we should be providing more alternatives to air travel for transport by tourists. So I'm sure you can see the sense of that, and I hope that that won't cause any constitutional controversies. Okay, colleagues, conference. Come with me on a journey. I want you to just picture a scene for a minute or two on a sunny day like today, when I take my dog, 3-year-old lively Cocker Spaniel, and the family to Coldingham Bay in beautiful Berwickshire for a little bit of fresh air and the soft sands, while my teenage sons are out on the sea paddleboarding, or as they now call it, doing an Ed Davey. We are a political family, has to be said. And I'm sitting on the beach while my wife is running up and down with the dog. I'm minding the towels because I don't like the water. I might be gazing wistfully out across the North Sea, and the inner geographer in me will remind me that if I look due east, 400 to 450 miles away, you'll land in Denmark, at Esbjerg. If you look east-southeast, you'll land in Germany, at Bremerhaven. And if you look southeast and go the similar distance, you'll get to Rotterdam. And if you look south-southeast, bear with me, I'll get you down to Zeebrugge and even indeed Dunkirk. So one common characteristic of all of these fine mainland European ports is that none of them presently have any direct passenger or freight ferry link with Scotland. We're largely cut off from the good sea links with our near neighbours, despite the relatively small distances that separate us. Now, the inner European in me finds this very frustrating. Trade and tourism is hard enough nowadays, with the continuing negative impact of Brexit, our withdrawal from the single market and customs union, and the jungle of red tape that hauliers and businesses exporting and importing have to manage in this post-Brexit regulatory mess that the Conservatives have created and they need to own. Long-distance road travel to English ports increases costs, congestion, and suffers from the bureaucratic delays that I've just described. We are overdue for a revival of direct shipping links between Scotland and mainland Europe to benefit trade and two-way tourism and to kickstart sustainable economic growth with long-term benefits for Scotland. Now, the potential is there, despite the transport and Brexit challenges. For example, visitors from the Netherlands contributed £165 million to the Scottish economy in 2023. This is according to data from Visit Scotland. And I know from businesses that I work with and know well in the borders that inward tourism from northern European countries is very important to their success. And there is potential to develop this in ways that doesn't depend on ever-expanding air travel and the consequent climate impacts that that presents. There is genuinely an untapped market for more environmentally conscious tourism and lower carbon travel. And in any case, lower carbon travel is a necessity, growing in importance for all of us. So I believe that it is time to restore and enhance our ferry links and explore the potential for more direct rail links. Investment and Scottish Government support is needed to stimulate this market and develop the necessary infrastructure. And there are welcome signs of interest. A number of you, I'm sure, have seen the recent reports that DFDS are again considering restoring a service between Rosyth and now Dunkirk. And obviously, we want to be hopeful about that, but it needs a little bit more than just hopefulness. Now, using the word ferries and Scottish Government in the same sentence isn't necessarily a recipe for success. And we heard plenty of that yesterday from Alan Reid and others when we were talking about the West Coast and the island ferries. And I think the word shambles came up more than once. But this time, we do need to see some positive action. We're not actually asking them to build the ferries, but we're calling on the Scottish Government to proactively support potential investors in new ferry services and ensure that the necessary improvements to Scottish port facilities are made. It's not a complicated task, nor that complicated an ask. However, there have been past failures of service provision, and a degree of support, I believe, is needed to kick-start those new investments. This isn't just about the infrastructure. It is about the intrinsic value for Scotland in enhancing our direct access to mainland Europe, for all the cultural, tourism, educational and trade benefits that we know it will bring. Strategically, it is the right thing for Scotland to do, take the lead and encourage our European neighbours to respond. Goodness knows, we need our European friends more than ever at the minute. It's the sort of practical, positive and pragmatic initiative that we Liberal Democrats are really good at. So, Conference, please support this motion, and I hope that we can gather on a ferry across the North Sea. I nearly broke into song, but I'm going to resist. A ferry across the North Sea again before too long. Please support the motion. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ray. So if I can ask Richard Coxon to stand by, and I now call Councillor Sally Pattle from West Lothian. Sally.
Thank you so much. I intend to be brief, mainly because I was not brief last night and I need more coffee. But basically, I wanted to speak in favour of this motion because I just think it's fantastic. Thank you so much for bringing it to conference. Anything we can do at the moment to strengthen our ties with Europe, especially directly, is to be welcomed and supported, especially by our party. I think what I most liked about the motion was the call to work directly with the ferry companies. You speak to them, you work with them, you find out what's going to be best for them, rather than dictating to them, which is what we've had for pretty much the last 17 years. So that, for me, was the major point that I wanted to speak in favour of. I did also... not just buses, I also like hovercraft. And I've been talking a lot recently about how I think we should reintroduce them. I'm sure there's many reasons why it's not practical, but I would very much like to explore that further. So I know that there are plans at the moment to reintroduce ferries between Granton and Fife, which I think would be great, hopefully to Kirkcaldy. And I definitely think that we should explore hovercraft for that. But I think the main point that I had wanted to make today is that if we can break down barriers through trade and tourism, then we will be able to make our re-entry into Europe that bit easier. And, you know, cutting down red tape, which has stopped so many of the smaller firms directly trading with our European neighbours, that has to be a good thing. And finally, I had wanted to say that, you know, with everything that's happening across the Atlantic at the moment, surely we need to strengthen our ties with our friends and neighbours in Europe, because we cannot look to America anymore. We cannot rely on them to be our friends and trading partners. So let's strengthen our ties with Europe, and I call on conference to support this motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Sally. If I can ask Margot Kerr to stand by, and I'm now going to call Richard Coxon from Edinburgh North East and Leith, who has asked for a separate vote on lines 42 to 46.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Conference. It's good to be back in Inverness. It's very strange not to have to go up to the platform, so you lot are higher up than me, which is very weird. If you want Scotland's link with Europe while you're looking at him, thank you very much. I'm here until tomorrow. I came in from Brussels on Thursday. I'll be leaving back to Brussels on Sunday. I also need to declare an interest because for the last 20 years I've worked for the Directorate General for Trade of the European Commission in Brussels. And so this is, of course, all your fault because we didn't ask for you to leave, but we've dealt with it. I'm extremely happy to see that we're considering our links with Europe. I'm extremely happy to see that we're starting to think about what do we do to improve getting Scottish goods into Europe, but the answer will always be that they go through England and then through Dover-Calais, because that's just the way it goes. That's how it will happen. That's how it will continue to happen. Nobody's going to run a ferry unless you subsidise it, and if you want to subsidise it, you should have a look. You could talk to the government of Ireland as to how much they're subsidising the ferries that are taking goods from Ireland to France, because indeed, the difficulty of getting goods from Ireland through Great Britain, and then you can understand why they've put those ferries in. We don't need it. Every operator that's tried has failed. Why have they failed? Because there's no demand. The most interesting thing is people. And speaking as someone who didn't come here on a container ship, and no one locked me in a 40-foot container yet to get me here. If anyone wants to try, I'll do it for charity. If you want to lock me in a 40-foot container and send me on a ferry, what's it, from Grangemouth, Kirsty? Grangemouth to Rotterdam, I can do that. I can do that. If you give me some sandwiches, I'll do fine. But I'm not coming from Brussels to Inverness by train. I'm just not. Not only can't I, because I have to change at London St Pancras, but all of the trains going through the Channel Tunnel are not going to make it to Inverness. British trains are too narrow and European trains are wider, so you'd need a special train. And this is why I call for a separate vote to remove conference calls for 2. I'd asked to amend it, but the amendment got lost several times. So a separate vote on lines 42 to 46. Why am I asking for a separate vote? Well, basically, you cannot run a Eurostar train north of London St Pancras International. And if you tried, it wouldn't work because every single one of those trains, to get on it, you'd need to go through security, you'd need to go through UK customs, you'd need to go through French customs, and you'd need to enter France, because that's what happens at London St Pancras International. Now, if you were going to set up a sealed platform at Inverness Station, and you were going to have a 16-carriage Eurostar train sat there, you'd have to fill it, because that train wouldn't stop again until Lille Europe, because there's no way it can stop. Because if it stops, people might get on. And those people might get on and then end up in the European Union. And it simply isn't going to happen. So what should we do instead? I flew here to Edinburgh. I'm not proud of it, but I flew here to Edinburgh and got the train up. And so what you can do better is instead make this motion a Scottish one rather than a federal one, which is what calls for 2 is. And instead, think about when you arrive at one of Scotland's major airports, where's the train station? If you land in Aberdeen, how do you get to Dice train station? Now they've moved the terminal to the other side. When you arrive at Edinburgh Airport, where is the train? There's just a tram to Newhaven. Do I know where Newhaven is? Do I think the tram goes to Edinburgh? I don't know.
Richard, I have to ask you to bring
That's
your
true.
remarks to a
So
close
please support the motion. I like it very much, but please vote against lines 42 to 46, and let's make this practical and useful. Thank you very much, Conference.
Thank you. Okay, Conference, if I can ask Fraser Graham to stand by, and I now call Margot Kerr from Highland Local Party. Margot.
I won't do a Highland fling. I've just had my hip done. The worst thing to do is to stand and listen to the person ahead of you because it makes you think of 100 other things that you could add. Anyway, the first mistake I made was not reading the small print, which is from line 1 to line 45. Sorry about that. I read improving Scotland's link with Europe. Well, it didn't say transport link, so my focus was on different things like skiing or going in 1958 with the Girl Guides or with exchange orchestra to our twin towns. No, I thought of all of those things. And then I thought, well, how have I travelled to Europe over those years? The first time was on a sleeper to London from Pitlochry, where I was a Girl Guide, to London. We were taken to a wonderful flat by one of the leaders in London, and then by train through France, stopping at Irún, the border, going into Spain to Burgos, where the international camp was, and then back by train. In a similar way, and then Bruges and as far as Berg. Then, many of you know, I was a very keen skier, so keen he went for 12 weeks at a time when he to the resort called Pila, which is wonderful. I've been there too, but didn't stay for as long a time as that. He drove all the way from Inverness, and
letters before and after their name, and people trying to achieve that, and one of those is Christine. I met her over a decade ago when she was selected to fight the Aberdeen Donside by-election, and it's safe to say she was an absolute whirlwind. When she wasn't reversing into activist cars, driving over retractable bollards, which then retract, beaching her car, and blocking access to a car park, much to the annoyance of the people she was seeking to represent. She was the most fantastic campaigner with energy no one could match. Years later, I had the privilege of working on the general election campaign that saw her elected as the MP for Edinburgh West. She's not going to like the next bit because I'm going to be nice to her, and that's not really my style when trying to keep politicians in line. I'm going to tell a story about probably one of the most harrowing cases we've dealt with in the office, but bear with me. We took a call from someone who had just discovered that a member of their family had been taken really ill, and they were abroad. This person didn't have a passport, and we were talking a window of hours to try and get this person to the person that they loved. Christine cleared her diary, she phoned the passport office, she phoned the Home Office, she called the airport, she asked to be put through to the airline desk and told them this person must be cared for on arrival right up until they get into their seat on the plane. And she got them where they needed to be. Conference, she leaves no stone unturned. She will phone constituency offices of ministers and ask their staff for their mobile numbers so she can speak to them personally to highlight cases. They just give them out. It's absolutely mad. 100% success rate if you want to give it a go. In Parliament, she has introduced private members' bills which have sought to give asylum seekers the right to work, support bereaved children, and to end products being priced differently based on whether they are marketed at men or women. She is a Liberal to her core. Conference, anyone who communicates with Christine via text, WhatsApp, or email will know that she cannot type for toffee. But despite that, out loud, fingers crossed, she is one of our best communicators. So conference, please welcome Christine Jardine.
I hope she enjoys her next job. Seriously though, I have a fantastic team, of which Jenny is the Chief of Staff, but they are wonderful. Some of them have been with me since I was elected and before, and I'm particularly pleased that and grateful to Jenny, and she is part of a team that also had David Green, David Evans, and Councillor Ewan Davidson, who've been with me since that by-election in Donside. I'm very grateful for everything they have done for me for the past 15 years, but I'm also very proud of everything they have done, are doing, and will do for this party. So can we give them a round of applause? Thank you. So for me, it's great to be back in Inverness because this is where I took my first political steps. Margot will remember it. And quite a few personal ones too over the years. It's not where I'm from originally, but the Highlands, Inverness and Easter Ross especially are the one constant in my family's life since I was 3 years old. We have a base here, and I arrived there on Thursday night and opened the door, and on the doormat, David Green and Jamie Stone were looking up at me. I'm home. Some of my family's, I kept it. Some of my family's happiest memories are here. The first time I fell in love was up here, and Eden Court was where we came on an early date. It didn't last long, though. I used to come back every year for the Highland Press Ball with my husband, Callum, who once had to retrieve most of our belongings when he, excited at being back, accelerated over the Keswick Bridge and the roof box on the Volvo blew open and our clothes went everywhere. That was fun. So, of course, it seemed natural that this would be where I would start my political career. I got to work with Charles Kennedy, who I'd met at university, and with Danny Alexander, they introduced me to some of the people who would turn out to be instrumental in my career. Oh, and Fergus Ewing was my opponent. I believe he's looking for a new party too. From that campaign, I went to work in Downing Street, and when the Deputy Prime Minister wanted a speech for Scottish Conference, I helped. Where did he deliver it? Eden Court. Of course, politics and the party were in a very different place then, just about to hit the decade when sometimes it felt as if we had lost or were about to lose everything. And between that election campaign in 2011 and today, I couldn't have imagined the journey that would bring me back here. That from the depths of near wipeout in 2011 and 2015, the party would rebuild to this moment. 72 MPs, 6 of them in Scotland. Wendy, oh my God, how she's coped with the 57 new MPs, I don't know. We talk about herding cats. I have to tell you, at times it's been more like 57 excited Labrador puppies, all of them needing house trained at once. And then we've got Alistair Carmichael, who's now chair of the Environment, Food and Rural Affairs Committee, which is one of the country's most important select committees. And despite the fact that he often ribs me about buying my clothes from charity shops, when he needed the authority that his new role demands, he copied my glasses, you might notice, this weekend. And then we've got Jamie, who's chair of the Petitions Committee, and Susan Angus on Scottish Affairs. Somehow, though, even with 71 colleagues, I still manage to have more than one job. I had more to do. I don't know, I'm just greedy. I've got 3 of them, no 4. I'm Scotland spokesperson, which I love, Women and Equality spokesperson, which lets me dig my teeth into the things I really love, and fits well with job number 3, which is the Deputy Chair of the Commons Women's and Equalities Select Committee. And my staff just heaved a sigh of relief, because so often, even on television, I have called it the Women and Affairs Committee. I used to be on Scottish Affairs, so it's a wee bit of a hangover. And this is a good one. This is job number 4. I am on the panel of chairs. Sounds a bit daft, doesn't it? And it's not interior design related, sadly, but actually means I'm now part of Mr. Speaker's team. I get to chair Westminster Hall debates, bill committees, and on very rare occasions may get to stand in for the Speaker and chair proceedings in the chamber. It's crazy, but I'm actually quite enjoying it. I don't get to speak, but I get to tell other people to be quiet. And just last month, as part of the Women and Equalities Select Committee, something special. I was invited to speak at a meeting organised by the committee's French equivalent at the United Nations Convention on the Status of Women in New York. I think I might have mentioned it a few times. I learned a lot in my few days in the United Nations. We got to sit in and watch the Security Council and hear the EU envoy tear a strip off the Russians. I enjoyed that. I also met charity organisations from all over the world struggling to cope with the loss of US aid and terrified of what our government's international aid cuts will mean. I enjoyed that less. To hear the consequences of unpicking our values was frightening. And these are not huge multinational charities with questionable links to authoritarian governments, but small groups of volunteers. And then we met some of the tech giants, online platforms, to discuss how we deal with that other great modern threat, online abuse, and the growing fear and anxiety it's fostering among young people across the globe, and for the attitudes to women it's creating, here, all over Europe, the USA, and beyond. And the political hate aimed at the LGBTQ community, anti-Semitism, Islamophobia, misogyny. It's a dangerous world out there. And ironically, at the UN conference, everyone was congratulating the UK on the amazing work we've done with the Online Safety Act. I say ironically because it's taken 10 years and it's already out of date to deal with the new threats. I can't deny there are fantastic opportunities in this job, but it isn't all fun and games, no. Because there in New York, in 3 days, were laid out quite clearly the dual threats we face to our democracy and our way of life. The lurch to the right, epitomised by Trump, Orban and others, and reinforced by the internet hate being spread, misinformation presented as truth, often by their supporters. And then there's the security threat, Russia, Trump again, and that perhaps more insidious one, China. Although I'm on very good terms with them, actually. You see, the Chinese consulate are constituents. And they quite often drop me a wee note explaining how silly and misguided I am to criticise the treatment of the Uyghur Muslims or over Hong Kong. I'm expecting another one from them any day now about the terrible things I've been saying about the threat their interest in our renewable energy industry poses, not just to our energy security, but to our national security. Don't get me wrong. I know they have the technology and the production capacity that we need, that the net zero challenge demands every ounce of global expertise we can muster. And in the new world that Trump is creating, we may need to find an economic accommodation with China. But what we don't need is for a hostile foreign power, any hostile foreign power, to have control of the on and off switch for our energy. If the Chinese do build our wind turbines here in the Highlands or provide the software for our biggest wind farms, then we have to make sure that we keep control, that Beijing does not have the power for its state-owned providers to shut off our energy in a crisis. Now, let's face it, there are plenty of potential crises out there just now. Looking back over the past decade or so, I don't know quite what I expected the world to look like in 2025, but conference, this wasn't it. Oh, I had confidence the party would come back. I believed we would do it, not just for us, but for the country, to be that liberal voice. Which, conference, as we've heard from Ed, this country needs and democracy needs more now than ever before. Today I feel like we're standing on the threshold of a very different era, a very dangerous era. Oh yes, we're strong again as a party, and we have the opportunity to do well at Holyrood, from Blackhall to Bearsden to Brora, but we have to be careful. Those dangers out there. The very real threat to democracy and human rights is knocking at our door. Maybe we're all exhausted by the pandemic, the war in Ukraine, chaos in the Middle East, mass migration. People are at the end of their tether. And public confidence in mainstream politics has never been lower. Conference, we've got to address that if we're to keep the right wing at bay, because the latest opinion polls are frightening. People are turning away from centrist liberal parties. Maybe it's because what they see are political parties fighting amongst themselves and not for them. Saying they'll support pensioners and businesses, change the economy, as long as they're in opposition. Two main parties always promising change, and then always delivering more of the same. The same on the economy, the same on health, even now the same on welfare cuts. People are disillusioned. But actually they're disillusioned with all of us, the concept of us, of politics. And our grandparents could tell us what happens next. So we have to start doing things differently. Too many politicians have a tendency to spend their time just carping about the opposition, telling everyone what they're doing wrong. That's not to say we shouldn't call out bad behaviour when we see it, of course we should. But perhaps we have to consider the fact that every time we do that, every time we attack reform, their supporters or their potential supporters feel attacked by us too. That we are preaching to them and think that we know better. Right now, we should be learning from the Democrats, but not the slick campaign lessons we've picked up from them in the past. No, this time it's what not to do. Not to fail the way that they did last year. For so much of the presidential campaign, they only talked to themselves. They warned that a Trump victory was a threat to people's rights, a backward step. But for those voters they were trying to reach, that wasn't what they wanted to hear. They wanted to hear how their jobs were going to be saved, what help they would get to pay their bills, feed their children. The lesson is clear. If you want people to vote for you, you have to offer a vision of how you will help them. Rhetoric doesn't put food on their tables. So we need to ask ourselves honestly, is that why people are moving away from progressive politics, even in this country? Is that why people are voting for reform? We have a Labour government that talked a good game, but now seems to be doing exactly what the Tories did before them. All because they're terrified about losing the English local elections to reform. It feels like, to the public, they would rather hurt the people that put their trust in them than do the right thing and risk losing. Well, I don't think that will work. It's exactly the wrong thing to do. A race to the bottom. No, that's not what we need. We have a new, stronger voice, and we have to use that to maximum effect to counter what we're seeing, and we can. If people feel political parties and politicians aren't working for them, we need to prove that we are, that we will work with others, leave no stone unturned for people who need us. It's what we're good at, after all. You know, one of the most important things I've learned in politics is that beliefs don't actually exist in narrow, carefully defined silos. Jamie Green has shown us that this weekend. There is common ground amongst politicians who got into politics for the right reasons, who want to ensure everyone, regardless of their background, has the chance to thrive in this country. We need to find that common purpose with our colleagues and our constituents, your future constituents. Because if we don't, the right wing and anti-democratic forces will divide us, pit us against each other, and we will all lose. The country will lose. And that decade in the doldrums will seem like nothing compared to what happens next. We can rail at our enemies, but that's not enough. We need to tell people what we will do for them, how we will make the world better. Speak to people in their own language, apply our values to their problems, and show them we are the solution. At a time when the Labour government's latest crazy cuts are undermining the economy, making it difficult for GPs to keep staff, businesses to stay open, the opportunity to make real change, to give people hope is there on every doorstep. Let's do what we're good at. Work for our communities, welcome their opinions, and don't ever dismiss them. That way, we will get others elected to Holyrood, and they can make sure we have the voices in Scotland to make sure the NHS does get fixed, to make sure teachers can go to work without fear of attack, and to make sure councils are finally properly funded so the potholes can be dealt with. But more than that, with every additional elected Liberal Democrat comes the opportunity to do more on every political stage. Show that we have learned the lessons of that decade in the darkness, that we have a vision. It's their vision, their hopes for the country, for their children and for themselves. Their dreams fulfilled in the country they want us to build. Conference, this country has never before needed politicians. People they could believe in quite as much as it does today. We have to rise and meet that challenge, deliver that vision. Thank you.
Yes.
So there's mistakes in the timings.
Fine, okay.
In the agenda. I've spoken to Jenny. She's
Yep.
asked if you can just run through the correct timings.
Yes, fringes until, no, absolutely.
SC7, because at the moment
Yes.
Alex's speech is down for starting at like 14:20 or something like that.
That's fine. No,
Yeah?
I'll perfect.
Perfect.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Could you look and see if there are any more cards? I've got them all, and we've got enough.
So it's fairly simple. Yeah. So for a time, he's just done it, but I'll do it again. So this presets 1, 2, 3, 5, or 8. Okay. To give a different time, you can just add it on. Right. Once you push go, the green light will start. At that point, you can't push any of these. Okay. But if you did want to say give someone an extra 15 seconds because they're getting emotional or that, you can hit that and it will do it automatically. It will automatically change to the amber and then the red, and then when they run out of time, it'll start flashing. Okay.
So I don't need to press anything else once I've started it?
Yeah. All right. If you pause it, then once they've finished, hit pause, and then you can reset the next time. If If buttons aren't working, it's probably because you haven't.
Right, let's
and
move on.
also, like, you can always manual override at any time.
Right. Thanks, Fraser.
Don't worry.
All right, thank you, conference. Let's move on to the next item on the agenda. Wait for the slides to follow. Moving on to SC6, providing support to young carers through a young carers lead. It'll catch up. Could I ask Wendy Chamberlain to stand by to propose, and Councillor Odd Bodbach Calder to stand by to propose the amendment? Wendy.
Good morning, conference. I thought I would start by doing what I do in Westminster whenever I talk about carers, and that's when I refer to my members' register of interests. I am an honorary vice president of Carers UK, and I currently sit on the board of directors for the Fife Carers Centre. I've written FCC here in my notes. I also sit on the Federal Conference Committee, amongst other things, but for the process of today, it's the Fife Carers Centre. And this is personal to me, not only as a result of the legislation that I took forward in the last Parliament, but because my husband's a carer. He cares for my mother-in-law. He doesn't recognise himself as a carer. He wouldn't call himself as a carer, but that is exactly what he does. And this motion today is specifically looking at young carers. And in Fife, we have 5 young carers, which in 2024 won the SCVO Award for Charity of the Year. It does incredible work, and for me, in relation to Fife Carers Centre, one of the things I want to do is better transition the support between young carers and Carers Centre, because it's really important that we make that as seamless as possible. Conference, as campaigners, sometimes we borrow with pride. And given this policy has already been called for by our federal leader Ed Davey in England, I'm calling for exactly the same in Scotland today. And for me, this motion is about 2 things. It's about collecting information and data, and then it's about using that information to effectively support those affected. And the motion refers to numbers, and I'm grateful to the Carers Trust, who I work with in Parliament and who are currently the Secretariat of the All-Party Parliamentary Group for Young Carers, of which I'm a member, for their support and the work that they have done in this area. Because the statistics, conference, are stark. The Scottish Government estimates that there are 30,000 young carers in Scotland currently. And if we extrapolated that, that would mean 2 per classroom. But the fact is that less than 9,000 young carers were reported in the CMIS 2024 pupil census. So there is a significant gap. And that leads you to think one of 2 things. One, that schools are not identifying young carers and that young carers are not coming forward, or indeed that young carers just simply are falling through the education net. And I'm sure we would agree that neither of those things are acceptable. And identifying carers or self-identifying is really important. I've referred to my husband, but I remember when I was taking the Carers Leave Act through the Parliament, through my private member's bill, that I spoke to one of the major employers in my constituency who had lots of great policies around family support, care, emergency leave, etc. But what they did accept was that what they had presented was a whole raft of policies, but no coherent way of engaging with them. And the challenge often is how do we get people to come forward before they reach a crisis? And that's true for young carers too. So a carers lead, which this motion is calling for, would help us get that information so that we can provide the support that's needed. And again, referring to the Carers Trust, their report called Being a Young Carer is Not a Choice, it's Just What We Do, disclosed that 49% of young carers had either never or not often received any support from their learning establishment whilst they were in education. Almost half. Now, there are some good news to be found in the report. In 8 local authorities, probationers going through their training do attend and complete the Carers Awareness Training course. And of course, one of the arguments about providing what we are calling for in this motion is that we are adding an additional burden to teachers. And yes, it's true that this is an additional requirement in an education establishment, but for me, what I see is an opportunity to help teachers. Because if we can better identify young carers and get them the right support, then that's got to be good for young carers in the classroom and for their learning. So, Conference, it's quite clear that things need to change. We as Liberal Democrats have a proud legacy in this space, not only from my own Carers Leave Act, but the work that Ed Davey did in relation to carers allowance overpayments in the run-up to the last general election, and indeed the redress that the government is now looking at. And indeed, just recently, we've been talking about, and had confirmation, I had it myself, in the chamber to the Minister around the fact that the government are going to continue to look to see carers allowance increase in line with the national living wage, so that overpayments or the issues around overpayments are much diminished. And we know that obviously there is now the carers payment in Scotland, and those welfare changes and concerns impact on Scotland too. And I was very pleased to see my Scottish Liberal Democrat colleagues ensure that there was an increase in those carers payments in Scotland at the budget too, because it's so important that those supports are maintained. We need to alleviate the pressure on our young carers. As Liberals, we believe that no one shall be enslaved by poverty, ignorance or conformity. Education is at the heart of what we believe in, and we all want to see levels of economic inactivity reduce, and part of that is by supporting our young people. Without support, young carers are more likely to suffer from poor mental health and are less likely to achieve a future of employment and self-fulfilment. This motion today is a step towards achieving that, and I ask you to support it. Thank you.
Thank you, Wendy, and I compliment you on your exemplary timing. It's to the second. Could I have Councillor Odbe Budbeck-Calder up to speak, and could Sally Pattle from West Lothian stand by?
Conference. I'm delighted here to stand today in support of a brilliant motion brought forward by Wendy, and I want to thank her for all the work that she's done for carer and young carers. This motion speaks to the compassion and fairness that defines us as Liberal Democrats. But I'm here to ask you one step further, to back a simple yet vital amendment that ensures the voice of young carers are not just heard, but acted upon. Because young carers aren't just asking for the world, they're just asking for a break, just a break. Let me tell you what that's matter. The Carer Trust Scotland reports being a young carer is not a choice, it's just what we do. Make it painfully clear. Young carers are carrying immense responsibility, often silently. They are supporting siblings, parents, or relatives through illness, disability, or addiction, all while trying to navigate school, friendship, and growing up. And what they've told us clearly and consistently is that they need a right to a break from caring. Not a luxury, not a nice to have, a right. It's about protecting the mental and physical health. It's about safeguarding the future. And according to the Carer Trust Scotland 2023 survey, 52% of young carers feel stressed because of the caring role. That's more than half of young carers living under persistent emotional pressure, and they're just children or teenagers. We know all the consequences: missed school days, isolation from peers, and the quiet erosion of their childhoods. The theme of this year's Young Carers Action Day is Give Me a Break, and that's exactly what our amendment calls for: a real person-centered right to respite, including times away from home. Not just in theory, but with practical support from council. They need to make it happen. Because let's be honest, as a counsellor and previous case worker, I've seen how hard it is for families to access respite. The bureaucracy, the waiting list, the funding gaps, and in many cases, it just doesn't happen, and that's not good enough. The Scottish Government National Care Service legislation includes a commitment to a right to a break, and it's one of the few elements to have survived with cross-party support. The warm word doesn't change lives. Delivery does. That's why we're asking Conference to send a clear message today. The right to a break must be real, meaningful, and resourced. In 2025, Share Care Scotland found that 80% of carers said they need a break, and yet only 7.5% regularly or frequently receive one. That gap just speaks volume. And yes, we've seen the power of respite through initiatives like the Scottish Young Carer Festival, held just outside my ward in Fordell, where young carers get a few precious days of fun, support, and simply being young people again. That's what this amendment is about, giving young carers their youth back, even for a moment. Conference, this is a modest ask with a profound impact. Let's strengthen this already powerful motion by standing firmly with young carers and ensuring they are not left behind in the rhetoric of care reform. Please, conference, support this amendment and let's make it clear. Young carers deserve more than a thanks. They deserve a break. Thank you.
Thank you, Odd. Could Sally Pattle come to the stage, and could Malcolm Houchen from Highland stand by?
Thanks very much. Thank you. I am here today to speak in wholehearted support of the amendment. I think it's so important. It cannot be stressed enough that being a young carer is just not a choice for young carers. We need to be clear what it means, how overwhelming it is, and how it takes over every aspect of young people's lives. It is both impactful on their physical and their mental well-being. And I think that, we say a lot of words, we talk about a lot of data and statistics, but I think if you have met and spent time with young carers, you will understand just how important this amendment is. It shouldn't be a right. It should be. It's a necessity. It's a need for them. So I'm going to be very brief, but I really did just want to say, please support this amendment and the motion as a whole. Thank you.
Thank you, Sally. Could Malcolm Houchen come to the stand, and could I have Lucy Smith stand by? So Malcolm is the chair of the Highland Young Liberals.
Good morning, conference, and thank you for that pronunciation of my name. I wanted to give you the perspective of someone who is possibly a little bit younger than most of you. Carers truthfully represent the best of us all. Their commitment and their drive and ability to carry on no matter what is truly astonishing. I believe the Scottish Government should be doing everything in their power to assist carers and support them. And I think so far, a government led by the SNP, a government that's been in power for 17 years, has been letting carers down. Caring duties often prevent carers from fulfilling their full potential in a full and proper education. A young carers leader in schools would work wonders in alleviating the stress and the strain and the struggle carers feel on a daily basis. In case some of you may have forgotten, a regular student struggles to uphold hours of homework, a social life, extracurricular activities and exams. So I can only imagine the strain all this must put on carer. Having someone there for them in schools who can talk to them, who can help them through issues they have, maybe even just be a friend, can have a massive lasting impact on their livelihood, their mental health, and their general outlook on life. When young carers choose to become young carers, they don't do it for any ulterior motive. They purely do it out of the kindness of their own hearts. And we never let those who rely on them down. And we mustn't let them down now. And we can't fail them. I urge you all to support this motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Malcolm. And that was Malcolm's first speech at conference. Could I ask Lucy Smith to come to the stand, and could Duncan Dunlop from East Lothian stand by? Lucy.
Thank you, and hello. This is my first time speaking at conference, so it's very exciting. The facts in this motion were really startling to me. I never knew that 20% of those in full-time education were full-time carers, but the lower numbers being recorded in schools, these young people are often without support, which is really heartbreaking. Through my role currently as a caseworker, I see firsthand what lengths of carers of all ages have gone through to receive the support that they deserve. It's only made me more determined to make these wrongs righted. In my area of central Scotland, the situation is particularly stark. Nearly 25% of young carers in the region face significant barriers to their education due to their caregiving responsibilities. This does not only affect their academic performance, but it's also a profound impact on their mental health and well-being. In my personal life, my godmother has MS, and watching her daughters try and care for her and also get the academic success that they deserve has been really difficult. Young carers face the dual pressure of education and caregiving, often at the expense of their mental health. Again, in central Scotland, where the rate of young carers is higher than the national average, too many struggle with stress, isolation and anxiety. These factors severely hinder their academic performance and personal development. Education is a tool for empowering young people, not a barrier in an already challenging life. Having a young carers lead will help those in central Scotland as well as across the country. The transparency of school records bringing accuracy to those young carers within the education setting will make this opportunity even better. Young carers deserve recognition, support and resources that reflect the invaluable role they play and the burdens they face. By acting on these calls, we can create an education system where young carers can be seen, heard and given the opportunity to succeed. I support this motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Lucy. And yeah, she told you already, but that was Lucy's first speech at conference. So if Duncan Dunlop could come up, and could I ask James Calder to stand by to submit for the amendment. Duncan.
Good morning, conference, and thank you, Wendy, for raising this motion. It was good to hear 5 young carers being mentioned. I've been working with the leadership team, and one thing they're great about is raising awareness of this issue. There were 12,000 young carers in Fife, and they freely admit they don't work with all of them, so it takes a community effort for this to happen. But the issue I really wanted to raise, following on from the motion I talked about yesterday with care experienced people, is the estimate is over 30% of young carers are actually care experienced. This isn't due to ill health, it's due to parents dealing with mainly addiction and how that support comes with it, which is often more stigmatising and often more hidden within our communities. So there really is key that we raise the issue of this in terms of how do we de-stigmatise this issue. But the one way that that works for people, certainly with a care experience who are young carers, is this continuity of support and relationship. So whilst we're looking at the ability for them to have support or respite, is who is the relationship that holds them, and preferably the same person, the same agency, through primary school, secondary school, college and further on. The continuity support really matters in terms of people being able to be vulnerable and really identifying the issues that matter. So whilst I fully support this motion, please can we be ambitious and we look at the core relationships that support young carers going forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Duncan. And if Councillor James Calder could come to the stand, and Amanda Clark stand by to submit for the motion as a whole. Thank you, James.
Thank you. Conference, I'm pleased to submit the amendment requesting that young carers get a right to a break from caring. Firstly, I would like to thank Wendy Chamberlain for bringing the motion today, and also for her tireless work for unpaid carers. Her Carers Leave Act was a landmark piece of legislation and an amazing personal achievement. And as someone, and I will declare an interest like Wendy did as well, who works for a carers charity, it was very much welcomed by all of those that we support. Carers face great challenges, and many of this relates to that stress of their unrelenting caring responsibilities for those they care for. And those, as Councillor Oadby Baker-Calder pointed out when proposing the amendment, for young carers, this often has a major impact. It can affect their mental health, and the figures showing that over half of young carers facing stress is frankly horrifying, and it can only affect their education as well. And as well as this, it fundamentally takes away their opportunities for growing up. So a right to a break from caring that is properly resourced would have a huge impact, as evidenced by the Carers Trust Scotland and that theme that Councillor Baker-Calder mentioned of Give Us a Break at this year's Young Carers Action Day. I also want to kind of note some of the other contributions that we've seen here today. Sally Pattle made some really good points. It's not just the choice for young carers, it's a necessity for them. And that, I think, is a necessity for them to be able to get that break for caring as well. As Malcolm said, carers have been let down by 17 years of SNP government. I believe that both the motion and the amendment shows that Liberal Democrats can lead where the SNP have failed for 17 years. Lucy kind of referred to that sort of dual pressure of education and caregiving, which can have that impact on mental health as well. And ultimately, I would say that both what the motion is proposing and the amendment can help to sort of support with that. And actually, I also think that Duncan's points at the end there about us being ambitious for young carers is absolutely crucial. And the whole point of both this motion and the amendment is that we as Liberal Democrats are ambitious. So conference, I urge you first of all to back Wendy's motion. It's absolutely well needed to ensure that young carers are supported in education settings through having that young carers lead in schools and colleges. But I also want you to strengthen this excellent motion by ensuring that young carers have the opportunity from respite from their caring role. So we need to give them that opportunity to also be simply young people, to thrive, to support their well-being, to give them the chance to have some fun as well, and not to worry about the constant pressures that they constantly feel. So please support the amendment and the motion. Thank you.
Thank you. And then finally, could I have Amanda Clark from Perth and Kinross up to summate for the motion as a whole? Thank you. Amanda.
Thank you. Thank you, Conference. I want to thank you from the bottom of my heart as an unpaid carer, myself and my son, who I'm going to talk about in a minute, for bringing this really important young carers motion, how emotional it's been and how the stories and the comments everybody making. But I just want to say 3 years ago, I moved up to Scotland. And before I moved up, I was following the work Wendy was doing. And I finally got to meet my heroine a couple of years ago. And the very first thing I had to give her was a hug from all unpaid carers in the UK for everything she and Sir Ed are doing down in Westminster to trailblaze for us and the Carers Leave Act, which would have helped me when I was in work. But I'm glad it's helping other people now. So thank you to Councillor Ord Boubacar Calder. I think the most important thing that she said, that carers aren't asking for the world, they're just asking for a break. And I think what she did is remind us of what we are. We're Liberal Democrats and we stand up for people, for carers. So thank you all for that. I was also, thank you for Sally for voting and supporting the motion as well, and talking about how caring takes over physical and mental part of young carers' lives. Lucy, thank you for talking about your godmother and your observations of your friends looking after their godmother. And Malcolm, talking about the fact it's so important to have a young carer's leave in school. I was a teacher myself, and there were quite often times I had to advocate for young carers in the staff room and remind them what their lives at home must be like and why they haven't done their homework. And also, Duncan, yes, it's really important. We've got to have care to talk about the fact that 30% of carers are care experience, because that's why they're in their caring role. They might have parents that are drug addicts that they're looking after at home. That was really powerful. But Conference, what I'd like to do is I'd like to talk about my family story. As I am the proud mum of 2 adult children. Brooke, our daughter, is 26 and very artistic. Archie, our son, is 22 and very autistic. But I need to take you back 20 years to tell our story. When Archie was about 2, we noticed he wasn't developing normally. He had a speech delay, no concept of danger, and would often run off. The next 6 years were a nightmare for our family. It took us 4 years to get a diagnosis of autism and a further 2 years to get him into the right school. We were exhausted, my husband and I, stressed by appointments with medical professionals and fights with the local education authority. But our poor daughter, Brooke, her formative primary school years, when she should have had attentive parents listening to her read, testing her spellings and helping her with her homework, we hardly had time and energy for her. She would also often go to school having hardly ever slept. In our small 3-bedroomed house down in Sussex, if Archie didn't sleep, meant nobody in the house slept. Simple things that other families take for granted, like going out for a pizza or to the cinema, just didn't happen in our family. We had at least 2 holidays cut short because Archie couldn't cope. She couldn't have friends around without it being too much for Archie. But Brooke, like most young carers, was amazingly resilient, empathetic and selfless. Often, when my exhausted attempts to settle Archie at bedtime failed, it was her that would take over and read him a story, sending me off to have a cup of tea. Once, after Archie had had a particularly nasty breakdown and meltdown, he'd bitten me. But it was her, my 10-year-old daughter, who cleaned the wound, bandaged it and dried my tears. And I can remember thinking, it shouldn't be this way round. But help did come eventually, in the form of 5 hours respite on a Sunday. A PA came and took Archie out so we could have a quiet house and do normal things with Brooke, even the dreaded homework. Eventually, when Archie was older, he would go and stay overnight, some weekends with other carers in their home, so we could get some sleep. But that was a lifeline for our family, and it meant Brooke could have some friends over. Conference all over Scotland, in the UK, there are thousands of Brookes today going through what she went through. They absolutely need more pastoral support and recognition of their needs in school. But they also need a break from their caring roles, whether it be at home or overnight elsewhere. Please pass the motion and the amendment for all of their sakes. Scotland's young carers deserve a chance at fair education and a meaningful break from caring. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Amanda. We'll move quickly to a vote so that we can get to lunch. I understand that the movers of the motion are happy to accept the amendment, but we'll vote on the amendment first. Is everyone happy to accept that amendment? Raise your card now. Is anyone against the amendment? No, I don't see anyone. Okay, thank you. So can we then now move to voting on the motion as amended? All those in favour of the motion as amended? And is anyone against? No, that is unanimous. Thank you very much, everybody. I have to, well done, congratulations. I have some announcements and intimations but to get you off for lunch. There are fringes until 10 minutes past 2, so we've actually got 2 hours for lunch. There's a fringe starting right now by Marie Curie called A Right Delayed is a Right Denied in the McLean Room. And then at 12:30, there's a fair transition in the North Sea meeting by Future Economy Scotland in the SGL room. And then at 1:10, there's a Unison and Poverty Alliance meeting about public services and the Scottish Green Liberal Democrats talking about net zero at 1:10. So we'll all be back here at 2:15 for SC7. I will highlight that that is not what the agenda says. The agenda says there's only an hour for lunch, 2 hours for lunch. So protecting young people from the dangers of vaping will be at 2:15, and Alex's speech will be at 2:45. So do make sure you're in the room for that. That's fine. That's fine. Thank you very much, and we'll see you in the afternoon. Thank you.
Job, well done.
Yeah, no, that was very good. Yeah, just take the cards back to the first stage. Sure.
There you go.
I got your card.
I got your card.
start there. Hello, conference. I am pleased to present you today my first motion. I am grateful to those who have helped me write this and those who have taught me about the Liberal solution to solve problems and looking at issues in different ways. Thank you, Ross, for helping me with this, and also my dad. You explain Liberal ideas in a way that others can understand, and I hope that you get the chance to continue explaining Liberal policies as an MSP. Okay, now I've said that I want to say, I would like to present this motion. I'm here today because I'm worried. My history lessons tell me that every generation gets something wrong, and the generation has to take action to make it right. This was the case, I think, with smoking, where it's promoted as healthy, and I think we were making similar mistakes with vaping. Vaping is not water-based alternative to chewing gum. It has health risks and can affect the users and others. I see it all the time. In fact, just the other day there, I was explaining to my motion just as someone blew a cherry-flavoured vape in our faces. It is not nice, it is not pleasant, and I don't want what has been in your lungs in the air I breathe. I understand that vapes were designed and are good for helping people quit smoking. Of course, that is good. However, I'm really worried about how it is being commercialised, and I think my generation is being exploited. Vaping is everywhere, in school toilets, behind bus stops, outside shops, on TikTok. Some of the kids in my year can tell you more about elf bars than algebra. And I think, if we're honest, some of those vape shops look more like pick and mix sweets than something that should contain addictive chemicals. In fact, a couple of years ago, I walked into what I thought was a candy store that had just opened up. It was a vape shop. I mean, really, if you've seen it for yourself, they are right up and down the high street with graphics that are designed to appeal to young people. According to Ash Scotland, 1 in 10 young people aged 13-15 have already tried vaping. That's thousands of teenagers being introduced to nicotine before they've even sat their Nat 5s. To be fair, I think the numbers are wrong. I actually think it is way higher than that. Looking around my school, I definitely think it is. And if you really think that that's shocking, well, is it any surprise? I mean, really? We are told that young people are not targeted, but there's some of the names they used. I've seen vapes labelled Gummy Bear Explosion, Rainbow Unicorn, and even Slush Puppy Surprise. These aren't products for smokers trying to quit. They're clearly targeted at kids who have never smoked in the first place. This is an issue. We should be outraged. And I understand that we are free as people, and that is important, but it's also important we stop people being hurt and taken advantage of. Imagine if we sold vodka and Paw Patrol bottles with a free Peppa Pig keyring. People would literally crash out. But with vapes, somehow it's fine, or at least it has been. Now, I know some people say, well, at least it's not smoking. And yes, vaping has helped some adults stop smoking, and that's why it was invented. It has helped some adults stop smoking. Oh wait, I have to repeat that. But that's not what's happening in schools. We are seeing non-smokers becoming new users, and they're becoming addicted fast. A study at the University of Glasgow last year found that young vapers were 3 times more likely to start smoking within a year compared to their non-vaping friends. So it's really not as simple as vaping and helping to quit smoking. When it really encourages the habit, it's supposed to stop. And let's not forget the health concerns. The long-term effects of vaping are still being studied, but there's already evidence that it impacts lung development, heart health, and even concentration, something teenagers struggle with already. Especially when they've just had a 20 milligram hit of nicotine disguised as bubblegum ice. Now, I'm not a doctor, but I am a teenager, and I know what's going on in school corridors, on Snapchat stories, and in the corner shop that don't actually bother to ask for ID. It's become normal, it's become trendy, and we have let it happen. That's why this motion matters, because banning disposable vapes is a good start, but it is not enough. We need to stop advertising vapes like toys or sweets, enforce the age limits properly, Stop influencers from selling addiction wrapped in pastel colours, and start treating vaping the same way we treat smoking, with the same restrictions, same warnings and same urgency. And while we're at it, we should ditch the candy floss flavours if a product is genuinely made to help adults quit. Smoking does not need to taste like strawberry cheesecake sundae. It needs to work, not entice. We also need better education. Most young people don't know how much nicotine is in a vape pod or what it's doing to their body. They don't know that it's highly addictive or that quitting can be really, really hard. Let's change that. Let's talk about it honestly. In schools and online with information that's clear, accessible, and not just a scary poster from 2006. And finally, just a quick message to any politicians, influencers, or vape companies watching. We see you. We know what you're doing. We know those shiny displays, fun flavours, and cartoon branding are for us. And we are saying no thanks. Because we're not your next market, we're the next generation, and we'd quite like to breathe clearly, concentrate properly, and not develop a lifelong addiction to something that was supposed to help end smoking. So, conference, I ask you today to pass this motion. Let's lead the way on youth vaping the same way we led the way on smoking bans, minimum alcohol pricing, and mental health awareness. Let's be honest, brave, and bold. Let's protect young people like me before it comes too late for many. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Noah. Can I ask Michael Crichton, please, to stand by, and I now call on Jackie Bell from East Lothian, who wishes to speak for the motion as a whole.
Conference, well, how do you follow that? Well done, Noah. Many thanks to Noah for bringing forward this important motion and in such an impassioned way. Nicotine has long been a health concern, although it was normalised for centuries. Health issues for young people smoking go back decades. But my mum was taught how to smoke woodbines behind the school bike shed by my aunt. Mum smoked for the next 80 years. My aunt died of lung cancer. Vapes has been seen as a tool for smoking cessation for adults. However, as Noah has said, the marketing with jolly packaging and fruity flavours makes them attractive to youngsters. Many vaping young people are teenagers, below the age to legally buy them. But in West Barnes, some children as young as 7 have been seen vaping in the local park. When members of the public have spoken to them, the response has been abusive expletives. But how did those youngsters get the vapes in the first place? Their older peers. Neighbours of Dunbar Grammar School are currently having issues with some pupils at lunch breaks and after school. They're gathering in an alley behind houses. Vape and other waste is being discarded on the path and thrown into gardens. The neighbours, generally older people, are feeling intimidated when they say anything, to a point where one couple now feel afraid to go into their garden. Community council members are working with the school to try and resolve this and other antisocial behaviour in the town. And as an aside, a wrongly discarded vape can be hazardous. That 2 years ago, a vape battery caused a major fire and environmental emergency at the local landfill site. Conference is clear that stricter regulations on vaping is needed and sales to younger people restrictions tightened. It is very clear that we need education programmes on the long-term health effects, along with the risk that vaping may lead to tobacco or other addictions in the future. Some of those thought to be selling vapes to school pupils in Dunbar are thought to be the same as those selling drugs and alcohol also to those underage. Conference, please support this important motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Jackie. I'd like to ask Nicholas Bodine to stand by, please, and I now call on Councillor Michael Crichton, who's Councillor for the West End Ward in Dundee, to speak for the motion.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, conference, and thanks for letting me speak for this motion. First of all, Noah, whatever you do in the future, you will be very successful, or whatever you do. That was excellent speech, Ellen. So another clap for Noah, everyone. Disposable vapes are hugely damaging for our young people, but they are hugely impactful for our environment. Me and Fraser in Dundee wrote to the Secretary of State at the time, which was Lorna Slater, a Green MSP, and we said that Dundee says no to the sale of disposable vapes. I'm really pleased to be in that campaign, and I was really pleased that us in Dundee were one of the first councils in the whole of Scotland to say this. The SNP responded, and the Greens, by saying that they don't encourage disposable vapes and are working with us to stop their impacts. However, on Lochee High Street, as Noah was saying about these shops, a shop sprung up only 3 weeks ago that was vapes for you. And I looked at it and I thought this is exactly the direction that we do not want to be entertaining. Laura Young is a constituent of mine, and she's a renowned campaigner. She's been on Sky News about vaping, and she did a walk around of Dundee only 3 weeks ago, and she found 55 disposable vapes in the space of an hour. She did not pick up the ones that were concealed in other rubbish. And speaking of rubbish, this is the SNP Council in Dundee, which has cut 35 street cleaners. So our streets are dirtier, which encourages more people to participate in antisocial behaviour. She said, we need more street cleaners and we need to tackle this now. This SNP Dundee also cut their cycling centre. So their cycling centre in the Riverside was, for 3 months, was closed. So Laura picked up these disposable vapes and would have to travel 4 miles to actually do the right thing and dispose of them. This is SNP Scotland. This is everything that I am fighting against, and we will make Dundee, hopefully, clean again. In 2 years' time, me and my colleagues will work closely. We hope to have 6 councillors at the next council election, and we will do everything we possibly can to impact this issue. Thank you. At conference, you'll look at this motion today and think this is a nice motion and we'll all back it, but nothing will get done about it. The public are watching. They've seen the SNP not act on this issue and know it's completely right to bring this to the forefront. And if we get this right, not only is it the right thing to do, conference, it will get a political dividend that I think we need and we will get. I think this is a societal problem, and I think this is not just the right thing to do. There was a dog called Bracken, and Bracken on a beach in Dundee cut its paw on a disposable vape. Bracken died a few days later. And this is what is happening. And there's all nice words in the Scottish Parliament saying we need to do this and we need to do that. This is affecting people in length and breadth of this country, and we need to act now. So, conference, I beg you to support this motion, and I think we all need to do so much more to stop these selling disposable vapes. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Can I ask Susan Murray MP to stand by to submit for the motion? And I now call on Nicholas Boudin from Glasgow City, who is a first-time speaker, to come and speak for the motion as a whole. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. My surname's Bodgen, but my handwriting's a bit difficult to read at times. I'd like to commend Noah for such a thoughtful and indeed liberally minded motion that so skillfully balances, on the one hand, our commitment as staunch Liberals, as JS Mill aficionados, to upholding the rights of the individual, to our concern for the greater good, so to speak. And I would say, in the Young Liberals, we often wrestle with this tightrope, so to speak. Please forgive me for these slightly muddled analogies. But I would say, yes, as Liberals, we believe people have a right to do as they please, so long as it does not harm others. We emphasise the harm principle, and as Noah so skillfully outlined, vapes do a huge amount of harm. There's not only there are not only the environmental harms, which Less Waste Laura, who I know personally, has outlined in great detail. There are also, of course, the social harms. Surely bus passengers, surely those on public transport, those going about their daily lives, particularly the most vulnerable in our society, have a right not to inhale these horrible puffs of vape smoke that they're often bombarded with. Surely school children have a right to go into school gates without being met with that horrible smell, and surely we as consumers have a right not to be bombarded with these pretty atrocious adverts. And indeed, Noah's exactly right. He's bang on the money, so to speak, as regards the advertising of these products. I know from being a Yorkshireman, you really cannot tell from my accent, but in the great city of Wakefield, that visitors to our beautiful cathedral, or the beautiful cathedral, are often confronted with the horrible sights of these vaping shops, which are indeed just as deceptive in trying to put on this very cuddly, cutesy image of vaping, what is a real problem for our society. So I urge you to, very enthusiastically urge you to back this motion. I think Noah's absolutely right in arguing for tighter controls on these vapes. Absolutely right to lobby against these very deceptive advertising practices. I think it's a liberal motion, and equally importantly, it's one that will really crack down on this issue that we've heard a great deal about. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you very much, Nicholas, and my sincere apologies for mispronouncing your name. I do have some experience of that myself. I would now like to call Susan Murray, MP for East Dunbartonshire, to sum up the motion. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and I'll just join others in thanking Noah for bringing this really important motion to conference. It's something that is being raised with me when I go to secondary schools now, and young people really care about the issues. And it reflects the things that Noah mentioned in his speech, about how vaping is becoming more popular and it's being targeted at non-smokers. The promotions are definitely looking at trying to expand that market into an even younger market, as we hear by some of the names. I mean, I personally had not heard of elf bars until today, but now I've been educated. And the merchandising as well, I get complaints from constituents that they can't go and buy products in some shops without having to walk past a whole rack of very brightly coloured vapes. Jackie Bell, very eloquently summed up the jolly packaging and fruit flavours and highlighting youngsters as young as 7. Michael, talking about the environment, we're seeing that single-use vapes may be banned, but the refills and other parts of the mess that's left after vaping is still affecting our environment. And good to hear that Michael is absolutely holding the SNP's feet to the fire on this issue. And Nicholas, who has come and talked about the way that this is liberal, and it does, we believe in people being able to make that choice so long as they're not harming others. And clearly, this is not the case with vaping. So there's general agreement, there's support for keeping the detritus of vaping out of our environments. We want to remove access for young people by removing temptation, and that's something that we need to look at legislation for, and to use vapes hugely as a smoking cessation tool and not as creating a market for a new addiction. So we should be absolutely supporting vaping as a stopping smoking initiative that is aimed at getting us a healthier population. And this motion does that through preventing these new users being trapped. And so, conference, please support the motion. Thanks.
Thank you very much. There are no amendments to this motion, so I'm now going to call for a straight vote to either accept or reject this motion. So, first of all, can I see everybody in favour of this motion, please? Thank you. Can I see anyone against? That is very, very clearly carried. Thank you very much to thank you to all the speakers. in this debate. Thank you very much to my aide, Sheila Thompson. I'll let people come in for the next item. I'll give that a few minutes before I hand over to Paul Trollope, who will be introducing the next session. Thank you.
Noah, go and grab us a seat up the top there. Or there.
Right, we've got various people sitting up at the back. If people could kind of move down and into the seats and just fill in, that'd be great.
Tim's obsession with Blackburn Rovers. You'll be glad to know I'm a cricket fan, not a football fan, so I'm much more likely to tell you to hit it for 6 than score in an open net. I fear the one thing I've not escaped, though, is the Tiggerish quality of the Liberal Democrats I'm working for. Only with 20 years' experience working for Tim have I managed to accrue the skills to deal with the biggest Tigger of them all, Alex Cole-Hamilton. But Alex's ambition for our party is something else. More than double the number of MSPs we have now, although I fear Jamie joining us just made that harder, and electing 150 councillors across the country the year after. But while Alex has that ambition, I have to make a budget add up. The donations you're making today mean that the next time I have a meeting with Alex, I'm another step forward to funding a plan to meet his ambition. Please do dig deep. But actually, and don't tell Alex I said this, it's not all about him. I want to introduce 4 people to you, 4 amazing candidates selected since we last met at conference, 4 amazing candidates who have ambition, 4 candidates who, let's face it, are looking to me to fund their next leaflets. And I hope they're all in the room because I think I've given them all a little bit of a chance. David Green, the next MSP for Caithness, Sutherland and Ross. Alex Harley, the next MSP for Strathkelvin and Bearsden. Sana Dijkstra Downey, the next MSP for Edinburgh Northern. Andrew Baxter, the next MSP for Skye, Lochaber and Badenoch. Please do give all 4 of them a round of applause, as you have done. But who wants to see David, Alex, Sana and Andrew in Parliament in 12 months' time? You can make that happen. In just a couple of weeks, I need to send leaflets to print telling voters what these 4 amazing candidates will do if they're elected. But guess what? Leaflets cost money, and I have to make a budget add up. So as the buckets keep passing round, if they've just about done their rounds, please dig deep. Thank you from Alex, from our stellar candidates, from our MPs, MSPs and councillors. Without your support, we wouldn't be able to do any of it. Now, let's go and knock it for 6.
Good afternoon, conference. It is an absolute pleasure and honour to introduce our next speaker. He is someone I have known for the best part of 20 years. And in that time, I have lost count of the number of hours I have spent with him out knocking on doors in the rain and the cold, occasional sunshine, to spread the Liberal Democrat message to the people of Edinburgh. Now, as some of you will know, the campaign to win the newly established seat of Edinburgh Northern at the next Holyrood election is well underway. Happily for me, as a candidate, this new seat includes a significant area where Alex is currently the MSP, but which under the boundary changes will soon be part of the new Edinburgh Northern constituency. I recently spent an evening canvassing in one of these areas, and on the doorsteps I was met with a mixture of 3 reactions, sometimes all at the same time. 1, an almost North Korean level of support for Alex. 2, disappointment that Alex will no longer be their MSP. But 3, some relief that after so many door knocks from Alex, they finally got to speak to somebody else for a change. But we also hear another story time and again, and that is that people want change. They want a change in direction in our country. and they are increasingly willing to turn to us, trusting us to deliver that change. Why? It's because time and time again, we show up for our communities. Because we are the party of fixing things, of getting stuff done. And that ethos, that commitment, is demonstrated like no other by the leader of this party, who, armed with his boundless energy and his infectious optimism, never fails to lead from the front. I am so pleased to introduce my friend and the leader of the Scottish Liberal Democrats, Alex Cole-Hamilton.
Wow, Conference, Sana, thank you so much. Conference, Sana was just selected to fight the new seat of Edinburgh Northern just a few short weeks ago, and she is already setting a phenomenal work rate. It is a seat that takes in a large chunk of my old constituency. It also envelops communities like Trinity and Stockbridge, places that already know what Liberal Democrat service looks like, that are well served by our Scottish Lib Dem councillors. Conference, this is one of the top target seats that we're looking to win next May. And if we put in a shift, if we knock the doors, show people what it means to have a local champion, then Sana Dijkstra Downey is going to Parliament. And it's not just Sana. It's not just Sana. The same is true for David Green in Caithness, Sutherland and Ross. For Alan Reid in Argyll and Bute, and Andrew Baxter, who this very week became our candidate in Skyloch Arbor and Badenoch. And Conference, there's no secret as to why we've booked our conference here in the capital of the Highlands. We are at home here, in these streets, among these lochs and glens. We walk the footsteps of Russell Johnson, Ray Meachey, and of course Charles Kennedy. Those names are given back to us with warmth on the doorsteps. Yet here in Inverness, for the general election, we were so far behind the SNP, almost everyone thought it an impossible ask to win the seat back. Almost everyone. Because when I travelled north and met a prospective councillor named Angus MacDonald, I knew that we were in with a shout. Because he was so switched on, so full of ideas on how to help people to create good jobs, revitalise high streets and tackle fuel poverty and the Highland housing crisis. I knew we had to make it happen, to show people what it means to have a local champion. I kept going back, month after month. I could see what he and his team were building. It was a pathway to the most unlikely of victories. Angus's result gives proof positive to the words that we will come to hear time and time again. We are winning here in Inverness. What's more, Conference, right across the country and across the Highlands in particular, we are winning everywhere. As we look forward to the Scottish parliamentary elections next year, that belief is back. People in the Highlands know that Lib Dems are focused relentlessly on the issues that matter to them. People in the Highlands know we are best placed to beat the SNP. They know we can win. And I can reveal to you today our analysis of the general election results. This is some deep dive political psephology. It's Kevin Lang's idea of a perfect Friday night in. If the Westminster election of last year was transferred over to the Holyrood boundaries, we would have won all 3 seats, Skyloch Arbor Badenoch, Caithness, Sutherland and Ross, and Inverness and Nairn. Such was the swing and the size of the swing to the Scottish Liberal Democrats last year. Kate Forbes, Marie Todd, Fergus Ewing, 3 current and former SNP ministers. We are coming. We can win those seats. In Conference, that would be the the story of the night. Scottish Liberal Democrats winning back the Highlands. And that matters because Highland voices in our parliaments are always strongest when they are Liberal voices on your side, backing your families, backing your businesses, because we are the party that knows that the family farm tax will make it harder to feed our country. The party that's working to deliver real community benefits from the green industrial revolution already underway. And the party that secured funding to progress the replacement of the Belford Hospital in Lochaber. Conference, Ed, Angus, Morven May and I visited a care home this morning in Fortrose. Across the Highlands, the sector is on its knees. Care home closures mean that there are huge areas without available beds. Residents are being moved miles, hundreds of miles, away from friends and family. And indeed, there are 120 unfilled care home job vacancies in the Highlands and a chronic lack of affordable housing for those key workers to live in. When people can't get the care that they need close to home, it piles pressure on our already overstretched hospitals. It goes to show that you can't fix the NHS unless you fix care. And Liberal Democrats are the party of care and carers. We make no apology for that. Young and old, paid and unpaid. Angus MacDonald putting in the hard yards of public service here in the Highlands to fix social care. Wendy Chamberlain passing the Carers Leave Act, giving new rights to 2.4 million unpaid carers. And in the Scottish Parliament, we got rid of the SNP's wasteful centralisation, securing millions more for social care through our budget negotiations, creating a new pipeline of vital care workers through our colleges, and won the right for family carers to earn more, making life a bit easier without the fear of having their support withdrawn. Scottish Liberal Democrats delivering for our nation's carers. And as we know, for Ed Davey, it's personal, telling his own story because it's the story of millions of families like his. Having cared for and nursed his mum during her long battle against bone cancer when he was barely in his teens, it's exhausting, overwhelming, a huge struggle to balance school with your caring responsibilities. That's why today, we've committed to giving every one of those young carers, those pupils, the benefit of a young carer's lead. That's a member of staff who knows them, who understands the challenges they face and can offer practical support to balance their education with caring for a loved one. They deserve breaks from caring too. Every one of these young people does an incredible job, and they deserve to fulfil every inch of their potential. And that's why the Scottish Liberal Democrats will put carers like them at the very heart of our manifesto next year. It is time to give carers the support they deserve. Conference, before politics, I was a youth worker, helping children trafficked to Scotland enslaved by drug gangs, helping kids who have been let down by the care system, or who lived in poverty, or who lacked self-esteem and confidence. And then there were the babies who had been born addicted to drugs. I vividly remember the first occasion that I was shown a medical device known as a tummy tub. These are essentially buckets filled with body temperature water which simulate the mother's womb to comfort babies because they have been born addicted to drugs. Conference, hundreds of babies a year suffering uncontrollable trembling, hyperactivity and distressed crying. A more difficult start to life it is hard-pressed to imagine. The SNP intended to cut the drugs budget, but because I took the plight of these families into the negotiations, there will be new services for the newborns spending the first days of their lives withdrawing from drugs. That is a baby step towards the world-leading drug services that Scotland desperately needs. I got into politics to help people, and for so long, we have been held back by tribal, partisan lines. But sometimes you've just got to get round the table and talk if you want to do some good and if you want to get things done. And by so doing, our priorities are now backed by hundreds of millions of pounds worth of government investment. It means the reinstatement of a winter fuel payment for Scotland's pensioners, more money to make it easier for you to see a GP at the first time of asking, or an NHS dentist near you, funding to build more affordable housing, replacing Edinburgh's Eye Pavilion. There was extra funding for hospices, for the hospitality sector, for the communities that depend on ferries, for councils, for the young people attending Corsford College, and for long COVID sufferers. Shaping the budget, unpicking some of the damage caused by the SNP. With just 4 MSPs, conference, imagine what we could do with more. Because conference, that's our job over the next 12 months, to make sure there are more, many more Liberal Democrat MSPs in the Parliament to come, getting things done, focused on what really matters, being the local champions our communities deserve. So that whatever the makeup of the Parliament, or the next government for that matter, we will be there making a difference and getting things done. But for all the new MSPs who will swell our ranks, I want to reflect on one person who's taken the decision to step down. The people of Shetland have put their faith in Beatrice Wishart not once, but twice. Remember, during the by-election, the SNP threw everything at her. Cabinet ministers were constantly being shipped in. The SNP spent more money trying to stop Beatrice than they spent trying to stop Brexit. But Beatrice had other ideas. The first woman ever to represent Shetland at any parliament, Beatrice has made history, but more than that, she has made a difference. Through increased ferry funding, leading the opposition to the SNP's top-down HPMAs, through her work on pregnancy loss and to pave the way for inter-island tunnels. And there was no way Beatrice was going to leave Parliament without securing progress and firm commitments towards a new Gilbert Bain hospital. Beatrice, for everything you have done, for our party, for me personally, and for the people you have served so well, thank you. Conference, our newest member, Jamie Green, and I have something in common that you might not know about. As well as being proud Scots, we are both dual national Canadian citizens. For me, my mother left Vancouver Island to take up a place at Edinburgh University in the 1960s, and she never went back. But she made sure to obtain citizenship for me and my siblings. Famously, Canadians don't anger easily. We'll often go to great lengths to avoid conflict, but we don't back down from a fight. Donald Trump is about to learn that the hard way. Conference is a Canadian expression you're about to hear a lot more of. And I'm going to tell you it now, it's elbows up. Elbows up. It's used in ice hockey. And it conjures the image of someone who is poised to stand their ground, ready to stick up for themselves under any threat. And that pretty much sums up the whole of Canada right now. And our sister Liberal Party in Canada is standing up to Trump, just like Ed is doing here in the UK. I am proud, Conference, that Liberal Democrats have led the charge of British voices, stating unequivocally that Canada is not for sale. We are desperately trying to keep America in the mix. I understand that. But the echoes of the early 20th century grow more unavoidable with every passing day. with economic upheaval, chaos in the markets, and American isolationism. I have found myself thinking of that speech in 1940, when on the day after the evacuation of Dunkirk, on the floor of the House of Commons, Winston Churchill sent a coded message to America, an appeal. He expressed his hope that in God's good time, the new world, with all its power and might, would step forth to the rescue and the liberation of the old. But right now, conference, the power and might of the new world seems set to be withdrawn from the hands of Ukrainian defenders in one of the most shocking betrayals in the history of modern warfare. I have said many times that Liberals will always care passionately about those people facing injustice or oppression half a world away that we may never meet. Well, sometimes, conference, that's not good enough. Sometimes you have to go and meet them. That's why, when we leave this conference hall, Angus MacDonald and I will begin a 2,000-mile journey, driving overland through Europe, through the night. Together, we will deliver a convoy of 5 ambulances to the people of Ukraine. The American president may abandon Ukraine, but we, as Liberals, never will. Because, you know, my family hosted a Ukrainian refugee, Alina, for 9 months. She told us of her own family's sacrifice on the Eastern Front. In the cities bombarded with drones and with missiles, it underscored for me why the Ukrainian people need all of the medical supplies, all of the support, all of the military aid we can muster. Because for these past 3 years, conference, it is only their courage that has held back the menace of expansionist Russian tyranny. In that same speech, in 1940, Churchill vowed that Britain would continue to ride out this storm of war and outlive the menace of tyranny, if necessary for years, if necessary alone. Conference, the fighting men and women of Ukraine have ridden the storm of war for years, but they are not alone. This party stands with them, so too does the communities that we serve. Glory to Ukraine, glory to the heroes. Conference, the old order of things is changing. Our world is changing. That long peace, the so-called Pax Americana, which most of us have only ever known, may be coming to an end. And while we may all grieve its passing, we must be ready for ourselves for what comes next. If we cannot look west for our security, then, conference, with urgency, we must look to our neighbours and friends in continental Europe. The gathering storm of global events demands that we rekindle a common understanding with our nearest neighbours, with nations from the North Sea to the Baltic, from the Straits of Denmark to the Straits of Gibraltar. Conference, our time demands a new alliance with Europe. Putting Britain first now means embracing Europe, collaborating on our shared defence and our shared economic security as well. That shared endeavour is the only way to guarantee our national security. Its pursuit, a new kind of British patriotism. Standing up for Britain now means standing up to the bullies. The rabble-rousers of the right would do well to realise that, but Nigel Farage hitched his wagon to Trump and even Putin a long time ago. Conference, I don't know about you, but I am utterly sick and tired of just hearing about Nigel Farage. He's given far too much airtime and offers far too little substance. But fear not, there is a solution. If you are tired of his nicotine-cracked barroom punditry, there is hope. There's an answer. Just move to his Clacton constituency and you won't ever have to see or hear from him again. But in all seriousness, Christine was spot on this morning. Absolutely brilliant speech from Christine, and she was spot on. We have to apply our values to other people's problems. Every SNP failure in government adds grist to reform's mill, every long wait for treatment or a ferry, every job lost, every drug death, every family stuck in mouldy temporary accommodation, you persuade nobody by labelling them, by dismissing them, or diminishing how they feel. Conference, it is our job as Liberal Democrats, every one of us, in every street and ward and region, to prove that we are there working for people, that we can get things done, that we can make their lives a bit easier in some way. That's how you take on reform and their like. Conference, yesterday, in one of the bravest and most principled acts I have seen in Scottish politics, our Liberal family was joined by Jamie Green. In his resignation letter to Russell Finlay, he spoke of the Conservatives' grotesque dance with reform. He eulogised the loss of the socially liberal vision once articulated by the likes of Ruth Davidson and the abandonment of unifying platforms like the pursuit of net zero. His words spoke to a realignment in our politics that has already started. Conference, we are the party that is going places, a party that others are now looking to in this time of uncertainty and of change. Conference, we are in the ascendancy. And while new and diverse voices will begin to join us in greater numbers, let me reassure you that our party's values, our liberal values, well, they will never change. The true north of our compass will always point to that central, defining mission to safeguard a free, fair and open society in which we seek to balance the fundamental values of liberty, of equality and community, and in which no one shall be enslaved by poverty, ignorance or conformity. Jamie has found safe harbour in our movement. He is so welcome. And mark my words, Conference, others are set to follow. Conference, we heard a lot yesterday, and he mentioned it himself about family, a liberal family. That's what we are. And for me, that's where all of this begins, family. Because my father, Di, was a professor, a chemistry professor, who's an innovator at the forefront of his discipline, of new breakthroughs, who set up an international society of chemists against the proliferation of chemical weapons throughout our world. My mother, Liz, a speech therapist and a marine archaeologist. For years, she ran a support group for people with profound and severe complex disabilities. Round our dinner table, they instilled in my siblings and I a social conscience. Then there's my beautiful wife, Jill. She leads the additional support for a learning department in her school, helping children facing any kind of barriers with empathy and with fairness. My children, Finn, Kit and Darcy, are already embarking on their own varied paths, but each of them so intensely concerned about the world around them. They were so ready to embrace Alina, our Ukrainian house guest. I am not always an easy person for them to live with. You may find that hard to believe. During the pandemic, I couldn't knock doors. I wasn't allowed to go campaigning. And I had so much pent up energy, I was climbing the walls. So I decided to make 2,500 phone calls to constituents we knew would be shielding, just to check they were okay. I joined a local charity and personally delivered 1,700 meals to people who were self-isolating. I was so inspired by those around me, a host of volunteers looking out for the people in their community. The values of my parents, of my family and my community are the ones I believe our party encapsulates and that our country shares. Community, aspiration, the belief that people deserve better. And Conference, I'd like to thank someone else who may surprise you, someone who has provided us with a quote for the ages. Speaking about the Liberal Democrats, they said, they are in local communities. A typical Liberal Democrat will be somebody who is good at fixing their church roof. For once, Kemi Badenoch is not wrong. I am proud we're known for that, because that's what this party is all about. Thousands of seemingly tiny acts of public service up and down the country, working to make our communities better. to fix what is broken, to build anew, to protect liberal values at home and abroad. Conference, ours is a vision for Scotland back at its best. Conference, after 18 years of failure, don't you think that the SNP have had long enough? The other parties have had their chance too, and they've all let you down. Meanwhile, Liberal Democrats are on the up. People are seeing more of us, and our strong local champions can beat the SNP right across Scotland, because we believe that Scotland deserves better, that you deserve better. With the Liberal Democrats, you can vote for better. So, Conference, let's attack the next 12 months with cheerful ferocity. Those victories lie before us, but they won't just be handed to us. So let's get to it. Elbows up.
Sorry, I missed one. Sorry.
Good job, Irish Susanna.
Hi everyone. So we are going to be moving on to the emergency motion slot. This is what has replaced the mini motions that were previously in the agenda as per the vote yesterday morning. We do have a few moments, so if you are leaving, can you please leave? And if you are staying, can you please come in and sit down, and we'll get ready to start shortly. Good afternoon, everyone. So we are moving on to the emergency motion 2 slot. That's strengthening Scotland's role in national defence and industrial strategy. You can find that in today's daily bulletin document. So if you have that, that's where you'll find this emergency motion. I'm going to ask Trish Robertson to stand by, and I would like to call Neil Casey to propose the emergency motion.
I've got Alex's speech still here, so we'll maybe start with that. But, thank you, Chair. The last few months have made one thing clear, as Alex said in his speech. I've got it here. The post-war order that kept Europe safe is gone. Donald Trump has openly undermined NATO, at times blocked aid and intelligence to Ukraine, and encouraged Putin's aggression. Trump's actions have already reshaped the security landscape, to say nothing of the impact of his absurd tariffs and how they are damaging the global economy. And I'm sure we'll be hearing a bit more of that shortly from Christine. And even though the threat to our national security may drop from the headlines, or Trump might soften his stance in relation to a particular issue, given his capricious nature and Putin's duplicitousness, such respite will only ever be temporary. We cannot afford to lose focus. At Federal Conference, the leader, Sir Ed Davey, MP, set out our position that the UK must reach 2.5% of GDP spending on defence as soon as possible, with a call for cross-party talks on how to reach 3%. My personal view is that this should be seen as a minimum target. I think that we should seek to reach 3% by the end of this Parliament and 5% during the next, but we'll leave that for the moment. Nevertheless, the UK government has chosen to fund its modest increase in spending by cutting foreign aid and welfare, decisions that weaken both our global standing and the social fabric of our country. There are better ways to do this, as Ed has articulated. Scotland has a critical role in the defence of the realm, yet some have spent years pretending that defence doesn't matter. The SNP and the Greens told us Scotland would be safer outside the UK, outside of NATO. That was naive before, it's just dangerous now. And Reform UK and Nigel Farage have openly admired those who seek to divide Europe. And the Conservatives led us into the economic and strategic disaster of Brexit, weakening our economy and, given our exclusion from the recent Joint European Defence Initiative, weakening our national security. Defence isn't just about security, it's about jobs, investment and industry. The Ministry of Defence spends over $2 billion a year in Scotland, sustaining more than 12,000 high-skilled jobs and countless others in related supply chains. So it's imperative that the Scottish Government works in collaboration with the UK Government and recognises the critical role that defence plays in our national interest. That means integrating defence into Scotland's industrial strategy by supporting the defence companies already based here, investing in manufacturing, cybersecurity, and ensuring that our schools and colleges and universities are actively working to develop the skills required for this sector. According to a May 2022 report from Scottish Enterprise, targeted support for advanced manufacturing and defence investments could boost Scotland's GDP by as much as 1.5% over this decade, and that was before the recent increases in defence spending. We also need more strategic funding solutions that don't rely on cuts to foreign aid and welfare, a model that unfairly burdens the poor. The Scottish National Investment Bank recently adjusted its ethical investment policy so that it does now permit investment in some defence firms, but we're still not able to back major employers in this country like BAE, Rolls-Royce and Babcock because of their involvement in the nuclear submarine programme. These are the sort of blockers that we need to seek to remove, and we could allow investment in those firms provided that they weren't put towards the nuclear submarine programme. What we have now is ideology getting in the way of economic opportunity and essential national defence. Conference, the choices ahead are going to be tough. We're going to have to level with voters at some point. We must increase our defence spending, but we also have to invest wisely in our economy and public services. The security challenges we face are not fleeting. They demand a thoughtful, measured response that prioritises long-term stability over short-term expediency. And we call on the Scottish Government to step up, to embrace defence as a core component of our industrial future, and to ensure that Scotland's role in UK security is both respected and strengthened. And I urge you to support this motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Neil. At the risk of incurring the wrath of Alistair Carmichael, we do still have time for any last-minute speakers, so if you do want to put in a card, you can. Can I ask Nigel Lindsay to stand by? And I now call Trish Robertson, Councillor Trish Robertson from Highlands.
Good afternoon, Conference. This is a very important motion for this time of global uncertainty. Scotland has a long history of supporting and leading in conflicts across the globe. Cuts in defence have hit Scotland hard, with reduction in service personnel across the board. I can remember in a previous life in employment, we noticed in my local community when the soldiers came and the soldiers went, as employment went up, as most of the army wives would take up employment locally. You hardly notice that now, and I live in a village where Fort George is. In a time of global uncertainty, we mustn't erode the structures that are symbols of our intentions. Locally, we have a historic fortress, as I mentioned, Fort George, which has served as a training ground for troops since it was built. I'm talking about Fort George, a symbol of military presence in the north. Its location guarding the Moray Firth has enduring strategic importance. It is also a living museum, a connection to our past that educates, inspires and reminds us of the price of peace. This is due to close as a military base in around 3 years. This is not a time to be closing a base of this importance. The UK budget defence is set to increase, but strategic cuts to certain assets are being implemented and have been planned for some time. The global conditions now suggest we need to renew our existing plans and readjust accordingly. Let's have a look at these cuts we've done. They came at a time when we were perhaps thinking peace was with us forever, but we have seen in the last year that things are much, much different. And since the Ukraine conflict in particular, it's raised the uncertainty around our world. The introduction of Trump, of course, has just magnified that. Now, this is not the time to cut strategic, whether it be across the industry for preparing the weapons or the actual infrastructure that we've had in place for many years. Let's have a rethink of this and look at the budgets and review and change our mind where it's necessary to keep that we need. Please support this motion.
Thank you, Trish. Can I ask Struan Mackey to stand by? And I now call Nigel Lindsay from East Lothian to speak against the motion.
Colleagues, there have always been two strands in Liberal approaches to defence. There's a militaristic strand, and there's been one which has been more sceptical of militarism. On the militaristic side, we had Grey and his colleagues in 1914 leading us into the unspeakable horrors of the First World War for what point, and more recently, Nick Clegg advising us to intervene in Syria and in Libya. On the side of those who are less sceptical of militarism, we had the shining example of the Liberals in 1956 who opposed British illegal intervention in Suez, and Charles Kennedy's great work in opposing the involvement in Iraq that Tony Blair so shamefully led us into. We have to consider, in deciding between these two strands, the size of the defence industry, which has already been mentioned, and therefore the immense lobbying power it has. At every crisis, the defence industry lobbyists come into action, whether it's Iraq, whether it's Libya, whether it's Ukraine, and tell us that the best way to fend off a threat is by an arms race. Well, we've seen plenty of times in the past where arms races lead, and it isn't nice. What do we mean by the defence industry? We actually mean people who devote their industries, their large industries, to ever more effective and vicious ways of killing people. We're talking about people that build landmines. We're talking about people that build weapons that are used to target women, children, non-competent civilians, as is happening at the moment in Gaza. And I'm distressed that while the mover of the motion talked a lot about Russia, with every justification, there was not a single mention of Gaza and the fact that we are still shamefully exporting weapons to Israel and the Israeli government's appalling use of them in what amounts to a near genocide in Gaza. Fellow Liberals, the most pernicious part of this motion is the last element, 3 on the back page, where it suggests that we should change the ethical investment policy of the Scottish National Investment Bank to allow it to invest in these weapons of death. It tries to draw a distinction between nuclear arms, non-nuclear arms, and others. Well, fellow Liberals, I'm sorry to tell you this, but if you are the victim of a nuclear weapon, a Kalashnikov rifle, or a bow and arrow, the result will be the same. You'll die. It is prostituting the term ethical investment to suggest that an ethical
Can I ask you to
investment...
please draw your remarks to a close?
That an ethical investment policy should be allowed to channel more funds to the arms industry and more funds to weapons of death. I ask you to oppose this motion, which never should have seen the light of day at a Liberal conference.
Thank you, Nigel. Can I ask Sally Pattle to stand by, and I now call Councillor Struan Mackey from Highland.
Good afternoon, Conference and Chair. Thank you very much for allowing me to speak. I wish to outline my support for the motion with particular reference to the 2 paragraphs 4 in both the notation section and the ask of the Scottish Government. Now, this emergency motion carries a lot of similarities to one that I brought to the Highland Council just last month, which on a cross-party basis acknowledged that increased defence spending must have a Scottish context and focus. As local delegates will be aware, I am a very, very proud representative of Thurso and North West Caithness, which happens to be home to the Royal Navy's Vulcan site within my ward. It is the most northerly mainland establishment of the Royal Navy and is the centre of excellence for prototypical naval propulsion, submarine systems and fuel management. In fact, defence analysts outline that capability cannot simply be replaced anywhere else in the UK without significantly undermining our ability to defend ourselves. Now, this establishment celebrates its 60th year of establishment in supporting the submarine enterprise led by the principal contractor, Rolls-Royce, who are specifically mentioned in the motion. Rolls-Royce is a valued local employer that has provided opportunities for people in my particular part of the world for generations. It is important to remember that the strength of our armed forces depends on the strength of their training and the technology that is behind them. And I can proudly say that in my community, we have contributed to both. Unfortunately, due to changes in procurement of design prototyping, my base is earmarked to close in the next 2 years, entering a decommissioning phase alongside the civil site at Dounreay. There's 280 jobs linked to the site, and although it's welcome that we've had a stay of execution for a further 2 years of establishment, we must be realistic to say that this is only 2 years and to look to the future. I think it's important that the motion acknowledges that the aerospace and defence industries provide vital jobs and their supply chains for too long have been neglected. When it comes to public sector support, it has been almost non-existent. And I ask you to imagine being in Jamie Stone's constituency and in my ward, where our 2 major industries are defence and nuclear. When we are engaging the Scottish Government, it can feel like an incredibly lonely place. I fully support this motion for 2 reasons. I believe it looks to ensure that the UK steps up to the plate in the defence in a very uncertain world, but it also seeks to back the vital Scottish businesses, their workers and their supply chains in the very same way that their work backs the brave men and women who, if and when are called, will look after us and look after our continent. I therefore support this motion. Thank you, Conference.
Thank you, Struan. That was Struan's first speech to conference. Can I ask Richard Coxon to please stand by? And I now call Councillor Sally Pattle from West Lothian, who wishes to speak for the motion as a whole.
Hello again. I'd just like to say, firstly, thanks very much for letting me get my Liberal on this weekend. It has been fantastic. And I am so proud of this motion coming forward, and I'm very proud to speak for it as a whole. I think particularly I wanted to focus on the second ask, which talks about the apprenticeships, the skills, the education. Many years ago, as a bright-eyed student at St Andrews University, I'm not very bright-eyed anymore, not today anyway, I not only believed that we should join the euro, I strongly advocated for a common foreign and security policy. Now, I may have been wrong about the euro, but I am not wrong about a strong... Yeah, I'm happy to say that. I was wrong. But I am not wrong about a stronger European defence strategy. I sometimes can't believe that we are back in a geopolitical age of the strong man. Why is it always old white men as well? Like, what have you got against the world? But we undeniably are, and we need to take urgent action to strengthen our defence strategy. Now, I've been distinctly underwhelmed in recent years by our lack of an industrial strategy as well. That's as a country, and I'm afraid to say it, I'm sorry, but as a party, I think we have been fairly weak on this as well. What we need is a robust, strategic and long-term plan. And that's what this motion today is putting forward. Here in Scotland, we've got a long and strong history of delivering at the heart of the UK's defence industrial strategy. So let's build on that. I wish we were in a position where we didn't have to grow our economy based on defence. But my goodness me, at a time when we really need to kickstart growth, defence is certainly a good way of doing it. Here in the UK, we can confidently say we are world leaders in defence manufacturing, aerospace and cybersecurity. So again, let's build on that. And I was particularly pleased to see an explicit call for a plan on apprenticeships, education and skill. Our country still bears the scars of brutal deindustrialisation. And in a world that is too unstable not to act, let this be the start of our renewal. I call on you, Conference, to support this motion as a whole. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Sally. I'm going to ask Andy Williamson to stand by, and I now call Richard Coxon from Edinburgh North East and Leith, who's very much not a first-time speaker.
Very much not a first-time speaker. I've got Alex Cole-Hamilton's speech here, so if you want me to go through it again, I'll be only too happy to read it out instead. Conference, I'm here to speak in favour of the motion. I wasn't going to speak, but when I heard a previous speaker say that it was that this motion was militarism, I thought I had to stand up and say why it's not. Conference, I have friends in Kyiv. I have a friend who I met living in Donetsk in 2012, long before the first Russian invasion. His village is destroyed, his school is destroyed, his university is destroyed, and his grandmother and his father, their village was taken by Russian occupation last year, and they're living in the Russian occupied zone, and he can speak to them maybe once a week over a video call, but they can't say anything. Why has the Russian army been able to do that? Because the Russians have been able to continue to manufacture weapons that they're using to destroy Ukraine centimetre by centimetre, inch by inch. We need to build the equipment the Ukrainians will need to defeat the Russians. And that's what we should be doing. We are acknowledging the new security reality to contribute to the UK's defence and resilience, but anything we can make here, we can send to Ukraine. They need ambulances. My God, they need ambulances. And I'm incredibly proud of Alex and Angus for driving those ambulances non-stop, I hear, not even stopping for a wee, across to Ukraine. They will get a hero's welcome when they arrive, and by God, they deserve it. But if we stand here and say, oh, but we shouldn't have invaded Iraq, therefore let's not build any shells. We shouldn't have colluded with the French and the Israelis in Suez, so let's not build any more tanks. Then there will be no tanks, there will be no shells to send to the Ukrainians. And if Putin gets what he wants, and if Putin and Trump get what they want, because what Trump wants is what Putin wants, what Vance wants is what Putin wants, which is the humiliation of the whole of Central and Eastern Europe, we're going to have to start sending tanks and planes and shells and ammunition to Poland, to Estonia, to Latvia, to Lithuania, and to God knows where else. And I don't want us to build weapons to invade anywhere. I don't want us to invade, I don't want us to take back Calais. I don't want us to start thinking about, perhaps Norway could be part of the United Kingdom and just, be the fifth, a new Commonwealth realm. No, of course not. Not even Greenland. I don't even think we should be considering invading Greenland with this extra defence spending. No, the point of this defence spending is we can't rely on the Americans, and who's going to send it to Ukraine if we don't make it? Please support this motion.
I'm now going to call Andy Williamson from Edinburgh South. After this speaker, we will be moving to a vote on this motion.
Thank you very much. I think that was a really fascinating debate, and it's one of those debates that makes me really glad to be a Liberal, because these are really important issues that we're able to discuss. I suspect if we'd had this debate at any conference over the past 5 years, it would have been different in terms of the content, the things we're talking about. Such has been the tumultuous way that the world has been changing. I think a historian looking back at this era will say this year, 2025, the first decade, or the first half of the 2020s, represents a turning point in global history. I think what's very clear is that this cozy, post-Cold War, unipolar, Francis Fukuyama world is done. And we need to think about this new aligned world that is following. So we no longer have a unipolar world. We no longer have benevolent US hegemony that we can all hide behind. And so we need to really challenge where we're at. We now face a multipolar world with a multi-challenge world. We have a geopolitical realignment, and that needs to be accompanied by changing policy. When we heard earlier about the failures of foreign policy in the 20th century, World War I under Edward Grey, World War II, Suez, all of those were caused in part by a failure to understand that the world had changed. And I think that is exactly where we're at today. And as Neil said, it's important that we have these difficult conversations. It's important that we have these grown-up conversations, because that is what leadership is having difficult conversations, even amongst ourselves. And inaction is a luxury that we basically can't afford anymore, ultimately. So in terms of the previous speakers, I know I'm not really summating, but in terms of what the previous speakers said, there's three key issues. Is this a case of militarism? I think we've clarified that the world has changed. For the people of Ukraine, our ability to help them with arms is not us being militaristic. It's us standing up for liberal human rights on a global stage. I respect Nigel and Richard's opinions on that. In terms of opportunity, if we are going to increase defence spending, this should be an opportunity for Scotland. We heard from Trish and we heard from Struan about the bases in their areas and about how it's important that this money goes to local Scottish communities. And most importantly, I think we heard from Sally. I think Sally used a great phrase. She described it, we need a robust and strategic long-term plan. And that's what's important. This is not something that we need to do on an ad hoc basis. The world is changing quickly, but our approach to this must be strategic and it must be long-term. So to sum up then, the issue is this. Unfortunately, because the world has changed and we cannot make policy based on the world as we wish it were, we have to make policy based on the world that is. So I urge you to support this motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Andy. We are now going to move to a vote. This is a very simple vote because we don't have any amendments or anything else. So All I would like to see is cards in favour of the motion. Okay. And any cards against the motion? Okay, that is very clearly carried. Thank you very much, conference. I'd like to thank my aide, Jackie Bell, and I will be passing over to Paul McGarry, who may just need a couple of moments, and we'll move on to the next motion. Thank you.
We will begin shortly. Christine Jardine has just looked off to go and find Alistair Carmichael. I found him. Hi, Alistair. It's okay. We're letting her know the lost is found. Yeah. So somebody's going to go and let her know that you're found. Thank you. Slightly ahead of otherwise planned, we will start the motion SC8, Trump and the UK's place in the world. We do have one amendment. I would now like to call Christine Jardine to propose the motion and ask Malcolm Bruce to stand by to submit the motion. Sorry, to move the amendment.
Hello again. Trump. What can we say about Donald Trump? Well, I quite enjoy the odd wee glass of Californian Chardonnay, but right now, even the thought of it seems a wee bit sour. All because of Donald Trump and what it might cost, not just me and anybody else who likes to buy American goods, but the country. Because his attack on the international economic order, just like his interventions in the international security order, could prove disastrous for all of us. 10% on tariffs on UK companies may not seem like a lot in comparison to the tariffs faced by Japan and the other countries in Southeast Asia or the European Union. But here in Scotland, it could be a hammer blow to our whisky and our salmon industries. And that is why this motion is so important. We've talked a lot this weekend about sending a message to Donald Trump. And that's what we have to do with this. Send a message that we will not be dictated to by the economically incompetent policies of the Donald. He may be the US's elected president, but he is not ours, and he will not tell our government what our economic policy should be, or our defence policy or foreign policy should be. He has, in his less than diplomatic statements about Greenland, Panama, and Canada, shown that he is prepared to withdraw from anything in the international order. He's done it with the Paris Agreement. And what we need to do is show leadership a different way forward. And that's why what we see as a party is a new customs union with the European Union. If Donald Trump is going to pursue this policy, then we will not play it his way, we will play it our way. And we will find other friends, because in imposing these tariffs across the world, he has created the situation where we are all going to be looking for new friends, new alliances, new agreements. And Europe is our nearest neighbour. It's our biggest trading partner. It's the natural place to turn. But the other natural place to turn is to the Commonwealth. I was at a meeting in LDHQ in London about a year and a half ago with representatives from various different Commonwealth countries about equality. And they said that at times they were dismayed by this country's lack of not exploitation, but cooperation with the Commonwealth. That they were there, they wanted trade agreements, they wanted to work with us. And why were we not doing it? Well, conference, this is the opportunity to do precisely that. And it's why this motion calls for a summit of Commonwealth nations to discuss a joint approach to dealing with Trump's proposals. But the other place where, as I mentioned earlier, he has proven so disastrous is in international relations. And his attitude to Ukraine seems to be that they're expendable for the minerals. He doesn't seem to have a regard for their sovereignty or their democracy. And I don't think he's really going to help us fight Putin. So what we need to do is to use the billions of pounds worth of Russian assets which are frozen. We need to have access to them and put them into supporting democracy, not just in Ukraine, but across Europe. And third place, where Trump has proven, I'd love to say clumsy, but I think it's deliberate, is in the Middle East. And his ridiculous proposals for displacing the Palestinians to create the Riviera in the Middle East. Mar-a-Lago and the Gaza Strip. It's disgusting. But that's what he wants to do. In Parliament this week, we discussed Gaza. And I said that it's beginning to feel hopeless, even in Parliament. It's like we're caught in this downward spiral, and we have to find a way out of it. And the way out of it is not by following Trump, but it's to follow our policy, our instincts. What we need is a two-state solution in Israel and Palestine. The Israeli people are as frustrated and angry at the Israeli government as many people across the globe. And what we need to do to break that cycle, I believe, is immediately recognise Palestine as a state and work for a solution on the 1967 boundaries. And that way, we send a message that we will stand up for the Palestinian people. We will stand up for Israel's right to defend itself, but we will not allow the horror that we have seen unfold in Gaza over the last 18 months. We will not allow it to continue. And one last thing we need to do is think about those Americans who do not have a choice in standing up to Trump. They cannot say, no, that's not what we're going to do, because they're Americans. They live in a country which has voted for a president that they don't want, a president who makes them feel threatened every day. If you're a member of the LGBT community in the United States at the moment, it is not a happy place to be. It's not a comfortable place to be, and it does not feel a safe place to be. And many of those people, those Americans, have skills which we need. They're experts in the pharmaceuticals industry, medicine. They're experts in the development of AI and research. Our universities, Edinburgh in particular, is well respected in the United States. It's worked with NASA, it works with Stanford, Columbia, New York University. They all respect that university. There are academics there at the moment who are despairing of how America is going. We need to offer these people safe haven. We need to say, bring your skills here. They are valuable. They can help us kickstart our economy. They can help us fight the impacts of what Trump is doing to the economic order. And to do that, we need a special visa route to encourage them to come here, to bring their skills, and more importantly, perhaps, their money legally, to help our public services. We need to work with them. We need to work with like minds. We need to find, Ed has talked about a coalition of the willing, not just in defence terms like Starmer is doing, but in economic terms across the world. We need to build that coalition. We also need to build it with Americans who agree with the way that we view Trump. Conference, we've talked a lot about him this weekend. And I think we'll talk a lot about him in the future as we go. But I think we need him to understand that this country is not just going to accept his way of doing things. We are going to promote our economic well-being. We are going to work for our country first, and we will stand up to his bullying, not just for us, but for democracy across Europe and those who are depending on us for leadership. So please support the motion.
Thank you. Can I ask Fraser Graham to stand by, and I call Malcolm Bruce to move Amendment 1.
Thank you very much. Conference, many of you may know that I had the privilege of chairing the International Development Committee in the House of Commons for 10 years between 2005 and 2015. And during that time, UK's aid commitment rose from 0.4% of GNI to 0.7% of GNI. And that achievement was then put into law in legislation led by Michael Moore in the Commons and Jeremy Purvis in the House of Lords. It was a proud moment for Liberal Democrats and a great achievement for our coalition. And indeed, after that election, it seemed that David Cameron was going to maintain that commitment. Indeed, he did. But then he left after calling a referendum, very badly misjudged, and then not accepting responsibility for the consequences and walking away, leaving us with the mess we've inherited ever since. But then came Boris Johnson. He trashed our aid programme. He got rid of DFID. He basically described it, our aid programme, as a giant cash machine in the sky, dismissed with contempt. Something that had led the world, transformational, which made a difference to millions of people. I had the privilege of travelling over Africa and Asia, seeing what we were doing in action, delivering transformational change, lifting people out of poverty, and supporting democracy and tackling corruption. All of those things, wonderful British achievements, all trashed by that Conservative government. And then Donald Trump comes along, and the first thing he does is to rip up US aid, the biggest aid agency in the world. And as of now, 83% of all US aid programs have been scrapped, summarily scrapped, in mid-program very often. At the time it happened, I held my breath and thought, well, wait, surely the UK is going to step in here. And yet within 2 days, we had followed suit. We had aped Trump, delivering a cut to 0.3%, lower than it was when Tony Blair became Prime Minister, by a Labour government. Unbelievable, disgraceful, shameful. And the point of my amendment is just highlight the fact this is going to cost lives. People are going to die. Indeed, they probably already are dying because they have been dependent on US aid and UK aid to deliver, for example, AIDS retrovirals, malaria treatment and prevention, and a whole raft of sexual and maternal health commitments for women, contraception, safe abortion, support during childbirth, all of those kind of things which built a health system of quality and support, lowered poverty, improved lives, all of that at risk, gone. And the consequence of this is not only just about it's the wrong thing to do and that aid is the right thing to do, it's also a huge strategic error. We've just had a debate on defence, and we're pulling away from our friends in Africa and Asia. What kind of message does that say to them? And what it should tell us is who's going to move in as we move out. They're already there, of course, the Russians and the Chinese. They're not interested in democracy. They're not interested in poverty reduction. They're not interested in tackling corruption. They're interested in their programme, pulling in support for their agenda, destroying democracy, destroying our values, and our friends who we have supported are being abandoned by us. And I agree with Christine, the Commonwealth has to be part of this. We have to engage with people and say, look, we share those values. And my final point is, we shouldn't stop saying to the Labour government, this is wrong and you should reverse it, and we should use every opportunity to highlight why it's wrong. But in the meantime, we should also say, for heaven's sake, build partnerships, find other ways of delivering aid, go to the corporate sector, go to the NGOs, go to the fundraisers, match aid, ensure that in the meantime, we can provide first aid, we can deliver. But for God's sake, Britain, let's get back our morality. Let's get back our leadership. Let's show to the world this is a country that cares about the rest of the world, has a proud record, and we're utterly ashamed of the way Conservatives and Labour have destroyed the record that we built.
Thank you. Could I ask Norman Ray to stand by? And I call Fraser Graham to the platform.
Conference. Members of the LGBT+ community in America, members of my community, are scared, are terrified of Trump's attacks on DEI initiatives, of a loss of health care and a loss of protection, and for some, the risk of even having their passports taken away. In the wake of Trump's executive orders against the trans community, there are now quite a few countries specifically advising caution for trans and non-binary citizens travelling to the US. This includes Austria, Denmark, France, Germany, Ireland, Norway, Slovakia, Slovenia, and the Netherlands, notably not the UK as of yet. Having recently attended Federal Conference, I am so grateful to Christine Jardine for the fantastic work she has been doing on LGBT+ rights and the fantastic motion we passed there at conference. And I welcome the words we just heard from her on this in moving this motion. But it wouldn't be a Scottish Liberal Democrat conference if someone didn't get up here and say, I like this motion, but I don't think it goes far enough. The motion's wording around these visas, I think, is very cleverly worded, but I think maybe for once we should actually call a spade a spade. We should actually make clear that what we want actually is specifically visas that provide asylum opportunities for LGBT+ and other marginalised groups that are currently fleeing the Trump regime, that need a way out, that need safety. I have a friend who is queer and lives in New York. And at one point I was considering proposing marriage as an option to just try and get him away out of the US because there did not seem any other route. Well, so as well as this excellent motion, which I am going to urge you all to support, I do think we need to be calling specifically for these visas and to recognise that actually there is a need to actually call this asylum and make clear that actually this regime from Trump is actually a specific threat to individuals. And at the same time, we also need to turn on to the Home Office, who, even though it's Labour run and we've lost the awful Tories in charge of it, doesn't seem to have actually improved much, is still actively questioning whether queer people seeking asylum are queer enough to seek asylum and making them go through humiliating tests to actually prove it, which is just disgusting in this day and age. So I do support this motion. I'd urge you to as well. But I would plead to our parliamentarians to please go further and push harder on this. Thank you, Conference.
Thank you. Can I ask Stephen Hart to stand by? And I call Norman Ray to the platform.
Conference, as human beings, we seek stability. We're also quite adaptable to change. But once change has happened, we are inclined to convince ourselves that things will stay the same forever. Such is our desire for the familiar, the understandable, what is comfortable. And the longer that state continues, the more convinced we become. The consequence, however, is that we can be shocked when change inevitably arrives again. For more than 200 years, we have looked across the Atlantic at a democracy, often imperfect, but a democracy. And for more than 80 years, we have seen an ally of the UK, an ally of the democracies in Europe and usually around the world. Our interests and policies may not always have aligned, but underneath we assumed that we could rely on that alliance and a certain shared set of values. Alongside this, we as Liberals could see many of our own principles advancing as freedoms and democracy generally seem to progress, albeit with setbacks here and around the world. That was the stability we sought. It would never change until it did. It is difficult because of our desire to assume that change will not happen, to think that the stable alliance that we have relied on could be over, that we must completely alter our geopolitical stance. Conference, it may be due to diplomatic considerations and concerns over the military and intelligence connections between the UK and the United States, but it seems to me that while leaders in countries such as Canada and Germany are recognising the fundamental change that has taken place and the dangers that it brings, the government here is more complacent. The Prime Minister makes undoubtedly heroic efforts to massage Trump's ego, but it is in vain. There is an assumption that Trump will be gone in 4 years and everything will return to normal. But can you picture Trump or his MAGA successor accepting an election defeat and walking away peacefully? It's not going to happen. What they have done in just 2 months makes that clear. Democracy is dying in America. Change has arrived and we must adapt. If our own country is to be defended physically and from the advance of totalitarianism and far-right ideology, we can no longer rely on the United States. We must turn ever more to Europe and the remaining democracies of the world. It is heartening, though not surprising, that Ed Davey and our party are speaking out on Trump and the growing dangers that he poses and represents, while others have their heads in the sand. For it is we as Liberals that must stand up for those liberal democratic principles that are threatened. We must highlight the dangers to our country and our neighbours and act to ensure that they are defended. If we wait, surrender to that comforting assumption that nothing has changed, we may wake up to find that it is too late. Please support the motion.
Thank you. Can I please ask Lynn McMillan to stand by, and I call Stephen Hart to the platform.
Thank you, Paul. Thank you, Conference. And thank you to I'm from Edinburgh West, and thank you to my MP, Christine, our beloved Christine, for a really timely and essential motion, and to Malcolm for an amendment that is vital to add to this motion. What I want to speak to the typical Lib Dem form, I want to support the motion, especially calls 1 and 2, but I want to do it in a way to castigate us, because we need a good bit of castigation, don't we? We often say, what is the point of the Liberal Democrats? What's the point of Liberals? Do you know, I'm just about old enough. I joined the Scottish Liberal Party as a teenager, and it's last month, and others in this room joined the Scottish Liberal Party too. We are part of a liberal tradition going back, a radical liberal tradition going back centuries in this country, and we stand on the shoulders of those giants, and we must honour that today. So what is the point of Liberals? Well, 2 points. We can be relied upon for a full-throated defence of democracy when others can't, and that's needed more than ever. But there's a second thing. Going back to the Corn Laws, we can be relied upon for an equally full-throated defence of free trade. And Clause 1 and 2 seeks to root us into multilateral free trade with our allies. And that's really where the planet's future lies. So why am I castigating us? Well, If you look at social media this weekend, not MPs that are here because you're all busy, we've got Lib Dem MPs on social media calling for a Buy British campaign. That is Trumpian economic populism of which we should have no part. We talk about wanting to, some of us in this room, we ache to get back to the European single market. In the 1982 case, the European Court Justice told the Irish government that a Buy Irish campaign had no place in a European single market. So, friends, we have got to order this motion, support this motion, but let's make sure that we as a party are not playing around with Trumpian economic populism ourselves. Thank you.
Thank you. May I ask Ian Dyer to stand by? And I call Lynn McMillan to the platform. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Conference. I'm happy to support this motion, and I'm also very proud to support Malcolm's amendment. About 47 years ago, when I was a student at Aberdeen University, I had a part-time job working for Malcolm, and I'm delighted that he's still going so strong on things that are so important. To my shame today, I didn't go to any of the fringe meetings at lunchtime. I went into Inverness city centre, and there was a pro-Palestinian demonstration and stall right in the centre of the city. And there was a poster there that caught my eye. It said, if you were to go to a funeral for a child killed in Gaza since the conflict began, if you were to go to a funeral every day for a child killed in Gaza, it would take you 55 years to go to all the funerals. And that says it all. But the other thing I wanted to speak about was lines 48 to 52, which has already been talked about with visas and so on. The French are ahead of us on this. The French have already, or some French universities, particularly the University of Aix-Marseille, has set up a scheme called Safe Place for Science. It's a 3-year, 15 million euro programme where American scientists are being given a safe place to come and work on climate science, health research, and astrophysics. Why aren't we doing something similar? We need, as somebody else has already said, to go further than we're already doing. Thank you.
Thank you. Can I ask Richard Coxon to stand by? And I call Ian Dyer to the platform.
Good afternoon, Conference. I'm particularly homing in on the aspect of recognising Palestine immediately as a state. It is Norway, which has been totally erroneously said in some quarters, anti-Semitic. It is common humanity. Israel needs to recognise that they were granted a homeland after the Second World War. So why not give Palestine a guaranteed state, a guaranteed homeland? And also Israel's aspects of how they're treating the Palestinians and those in Gaza particularly is nothing short of genocide. Did Israel not learn anything from how they were treated in the Holocaust? If this goes against what Trump and Netanyahu wish, tough, so be it, and so it should be. Yeah. And furthermore, the Scottish Government and the UK Government, and Keir Starmer in particular, to get off the fence and get Palestine recognised as a state and on, once again, common humanity grounds. So I fully support the motion and the amendment as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Can I ask Amy Carman to stand by, and I call Richard Coxon to the platform.
Thank you, Paul. Thank you, conference. Last speech of the day, last speech of conference, I promise. I'm here to support Malcolm, the Lord Bruce's amendment, which you'll find in your daily bulletin, just before the emergency motion that we had before, regarding USAID and in particular the PEPFAR scheme. You may not know that USAID was created by John F. Kennedy in 1961 and found this on the internet, so it must be true. He argued the US, as the wealthiest country on earth, had a moral and financial obligation to provide foreign aid. It was also politically advantageous to the US to fund projects in poorer countries, he said, to try and prevent the collapse of, quote, existing political and social structures which would inevitably invite the advance of totalitarianism. As in many things, President Kennedy was entirely right. I have a red light already. I'm terrified. It's very triggering to look up and see a red light, you know. So I entirely agree with Malcolm. The complete and immediate destruction of USAID is one of the stupidest, most performative pieces of evil and just awfulness that I think a leader has done in many, many, many years. And it is up to the United Kingdom, it is up to the European Union, and it is up to other Western democratic nations to step up and replace that. Can we replace $40 billion a year? Less than 1% of the federal budget of the United States? I don't think so. But together we can, we should, and we must. Secondly, you may not know that they also completely destroyed the PEPFAR scheme, the US President's Emergency Plan for AIDS Relief, PEPFAR. Founded in 2003, and I think therefore by the George W. Bush administration, it's spent $100 billion since then, saving 25 million lives, mainly by distributing HIV retroviral drugs so that people who are infected become undetectable and can't pass it on, and also through the PrEP program to make sure that people can't then catch HIV through sexual transmission or any other method. That program simply stopped. And if you are HIV infected and you have to stop taking your retrovirals, even if you get them back, the likelihood of your survival has dropped significantly. This piece of performance art is killing, will kill millions of people in the poorest countries in the world for absolutely no benefit to anyone except he gets to lie about it from the White House. So I completely support this motion. I completely support everything everyone said about Donald Trump. We don't have a vote in the United States. He doesn't get a vote at this conference either. And I'm very pleased about that. So I completely support this motion, but in particular for what it calls for us to do. Always go to the end of the motion conference, find out what we're wanting to do. Please support Amendment 1. We have to get our aid budget back up. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I'd like to ask Alistair Michael to stand by to summate the motion, and I call Amy Carman, a first-time speaker from Glasgow in Eastern Bartonshire.
Conference. Although I lived in Glasgow for 20 years, originally I am from Texas. That's where I went to university, and it was in 2016 when I got involved in politics by campaigning for Hillary and against Donald Trump. It was in 2020 when I was back home seeing my mom for Christmas that I saw the riots happening when Joe Biden was trying to get inaugurated, and that drove me any further. Conference, we've been seeing a bunch of Democratic backsliding in the States, and it is terrifying for me. There are reports that if you're going to the States right now, it is better for you to get a burner phone than have people look through your phone and detain you. Earlier this year, I had to cancel going to my brother's wedding because all the reports coming out, as me, as a member of the LGBT community, could not travel to the States without fear of being detained. It is things like these that we must start not looking to the US for support or for moral guidance or for even economic guidance. We must start getting our closer links with Europe, and we must start trying to get people out of the US with this visa program. There are many smart people from all over Europe. We have MIT, we have Stanford, great education programs that would be very useful to the UK, especially when we're trying to develop our economy. That is why I urge you to support this motion completely. Thank you.
Thank you. There has been no contrary speeches to the amendment, so we now move to submit the motion as a whole. I call Alistair Carmichael to the platform.
Thank you very much, and what a pleasure and privilege it is to follow on from Amy's speech there. Amy, you're welcome in this country, in this party. And we will protect you. Christine Jardine, opening this, told us that she wasn't going to be drinking American wine anymore. Conference, if you have shares in Paul Masson, sell them now. The volatility in the stock market that we have seen may yet be dwarfed. But at its heart, this motion is about the relationship that we have as a country. And I have written between the UK and the USA, and I don't think it is. It's about this country and the Trump government. And let's not forget that there are still many, many people in America for whom Donald Trump does not and never will speak. But that relationship is going to have an impact right across our country and our community. On Wednesday, I asked the Secretary of State for Business and Trade if he could give me a guarantee that the government would not do a deal with the American government that would allow the importation and sale of food that was produced to lower animal welfare and environmental standards than those that we insist of UK farmers. It was a simple yes or no question, and I didn't get a yes or no answer, and I am worried about that. Why is that? Because governments only protect things that they value, and every indication is that this government doesn't actually particularly value our farmers or our food producers. You remember how it was in the 1970s when Ted Heath was desperate to get into the EEC and said that our fishing communities, our fishing industry, was expendable. I fear that we may see a government today in Downing Street that will take the same view of our farmers. Nigel Farage, a man who's so far up Donald Trump's backside that he risks taking a kick to the face from Peter Mandelson. Nigel Farage this week said that chlorinated chicken should be on the shelves of our supermarkets unlabelled. He was quite comfortable with that. Nigel Farage obviously does not understand that the problem with chlorinated chicken is not the chlorine, it's the reasons for which it has to be chlorinated. It has to be chlorinated because of the standards of animal welfare in which these animals are raised. So, Malcolm, we accept the amendment quite obviously, and you were right to remind us that Boris Johnson was the first person to then trash what we achieved in government in relation to the 0.7% GNI target. But actually, Boris Johnson and Donald Trump and others of that ilk go first for the foreign affairs budget for a very particular reason. And that reason is that they want to disavow the idea that somehow we have a shared responsibility towards each other on the basis of our shared humanity. And that has surely got to be a worldview that this country rejects and that this party absolutely has to reject. And that's why those who, like Fraser Graham, Richard Coxon and Stephen Hart, who spoke about the challenge to LGBT people and the reasons why they no longer feel safe in their own country, are also right. Because the challenge towards LGBTQ plus people is a challenge to us all, not just to them. Conference. this, I have to say, I remember the first Trump government, but this one feels qualitatively different. It is a challenge to the liberal values that brought me into not just the Scottish Liberal Party, actually the Argyll Liberal Association in 1980, because that's how we worked in those days, and why I have remained in this party ever since. It's a belief that actually those things that bring us together, that unite us, are more powerful than those who divide us. So we should always be on the side of unity and stand strong against division. Conference, please pass this.
Thank you. A reminder to vote, you must be sat in place. We will move to 2 votes. The first is on the amendment. Can I see those in favour of the amendment? Thank you. And those opposed? That is overwhelmingly carried. Can I see those in favour of the motion as a whole, as amended? Thank you. And can I see those against? Again, that is overwhelmingly carried. Motion is carried as a whole. I would now, to commit our closing and awards, I'd like to welcome our leader, Alex Cole-Hamilton.
Thank you, Paul. Before I commence, first time visited a conference, a member by the name of Brian Whitney has asked to come and just say a couple of words. Is that right, Brian? Up you come. And you bringing your lovely dog? Oh, what's your dog's name? His name is Sky. He's assistant. Can we have a little round of applause for Sky, who's been very good? Come on, Sky. Okay, Brian, the floor is yours.
My brothers and sisters of this conference, it has been an enjoyable time this weekend. I've heard lots of very powerful statements that needed to be said here in Inverness. I was very pleased to not only listen to, but to actually talk to Sir Ed Davey, and it's been a privilege knowing Mr. Alec Cole-Hamilton. One thing I'd like to say to you, Alex, is this. If you could do some of the funny things in your lead up to the next election, as Sir Ed Davey did for the last year's election, I think we would do very well indeed. Anyway, just as a final note, everybody, it's been a very great privilege to be here at Inverness, standing for a party that stands for the United Kingdom. And long with the elbow up, may we continue.
Thank you, Brian, and indeed Sky. And conference, do you think I need any encouragement whatsoever to make good on his request around the photo ops? Conference, it's my great privilege to start with the awards. This is the concluding part of conference where we recognise contributions to our party, to conference, to liberalism over this conference and over the past year. I start with the Sheila Tennant Award. This award is given to a member of the Scottish Young Liberals who's gone above and beyond in the service of the party. This year's winner was suggested by the chair of the Scottish Young Liberals, Leo Dempster, who would like us to recognise a person who hasn't been in the party for long, but since he's joined has made a huge impact in the Scottish Young Liberals by reviving the Highland branch and becoming its chair. This award goes to Malcolm Hewan. Is he here? If Malcolm's up there, I can throw it a bit like a frisbee.
He's coming.
Well done, Malcolm. Oh, and sorry. It's the wrong award. Is that?
We'll name it.
Oh, we'll name it, right, okay. So who gets the silver frisbee? That's what I want to know. Yeah.
Let me explain this, okay.
No, it's
the
fine.
shiny bit you take the photo with, and then you give them the glass.
Right, okay, that's fine. Thanks, Fraser. We can't keep him off stage, honestly. Malcolm, can you just tell us how many young Liberals have you recruited since you joined the party in the Highlands? 19. Woo! Next up, we have the Russell Johnston Trophy. The award is judged. This is obviously named after our departed parliamentarian and Highlander Russell Johnston, who was renowned for his speaking quality. And this award is judged by the one person who is always in the room for our conference sessions, Kirsty Smith, who is always on the lookout for the best speech of this conference. And this year's winner gave a fantastic speech to move this year's this amendment in the debate we've just had on Trump and the UK's place in the world. So it's, of course, Lord Malcolm Bruce. Congratulations. Fantastic. That's a really nice way of doing it. Okay, the next award is the Helen Watt Award, given to the party member or staff member who has endeavoured to improve diversity as part of the Scottish Liberal Democrats. This year, SLDW gave one clear nomination, their choice for this award. A councillor who has been working tirelessly to fight against discrimination in public office, bringing a motion to Fife Council calling for an end to bullying, misogyny and discrimination against women in public life. And this year's award, of course, goes to Aude Brubaker-Calder. Well done, Aude. She's up the back. Is it this one? Yeah, this one. You weren't expecting that, were you? So you get that. Very good. This is a nice new addition. Excellent. Okay. So we've got the Ray Meekie Quake. Was that not what oh, that's a different Quake, right? Okay. Awarded to a local party which has gone above and beyond to improve party membership or member experience. This year, we'd like to recognise the local party which has done the most to increase membership, recruiting 55 new members to the party in the past year. We would like to call upon their membership officer to accept the award on their behalf, which goes to the Highland Liberal Democrats and Chris Lukeog. And can I give you that? The John Morrison Award, after our dear departed friend, is awarded to the Scottish Liberal Democrat for exceptional service within local government. This person's council group leader described him as a fantastic and committed local councillor who works tirelessly for his community. He's also diligent at holding the administration to account in his role with his council. His effort as part of the Leave in Mouth Rail campaign has even been recognised in the Scottish Parliament. So it's thanks to that campaign that this award is again connected, this ward rather, is connected to the ScotRail network. So obviously you will have guessed by now, this year's award go to Councillor Eugene Clark. Yeah. Slightly less up the back of the room than the other recipients, so probably had an inkling. Okay, Our final award is the Robbie Simpson Award, again after a dear departed friend, given to a party member or staff member in recognition of service to the party over many years, having never held elected office. Our winner this year likely needs no explanation, particularly if you've done a delivery round anywhere, he has produced a map. But there is so much more he has done in support of the party over the years. The Robbie Simpson Award is awarded to, and I always say, every local party needs a Gregan Crawford.
It's got a bit of weight behind it.
Gosh, I actually got unexpectedly emotional there. So well done, Greg, and well done all this year's award recipients. And next time it could be you. So get out recruiting, get out doing great things in local government and the rest of it, and making great speeches. It's now my wonderful duty to draw this conference to a close. And hasn't it been one to remember conference? It really has. So firstly, can I thank Kirsty Smith for being our amazing, ever-present arbiter of debates and cards. Come up and be recognised, Kirsty. We've got some flowers for you. Oh. Lovely to see you. Excellent. Paul Trollope, who is our incoming Chief Executive, for all of his technical and particularly printing support. Tracy Cooper for her front desk smile and charm and wit and the rest of it. Anna Aitken only started in the party on Tuesday and she's leaving tomorrow. No, she's not. I wouldn't blame her, though. Honestly, the kind of maelstrom that she's conducted herself in with such grace, she has really had an amazing start. So Anna Aitken, please come forth. There you are. Fantastic. And Susanna McWhirter, what can I say? This is your first conference as conference organiser, and you have smashed it out of the park. I don't know if you guys know, but there was a bit of a panic about badges on Thursday night. These guys were in a hotel room until midnight, printing labels, sticking them onto badges, and just sorting it. And it has made it a seamless and wonderful experience. Listen, I hope you've got many more conferences to come. Susanna McWhirter. Can I thank Ross Stalker and Fraser Graham as part of conference committee, doing a lot of behind the scenes work, and the person who has ably steered the conference committee through his penultimate conference as conference convener, Paul McGarry. Let's hear it for them. And of course, all of the conference committee. Penultimate vote of thanks go to the venue staff at this wonderful, beautiful Highland venue in Eden Court. Thank you for looking after us so well. And this isn't on my list because she wrote it and she would never put herself on it. But I want to say a particular thanks to the person who has stepped up as our acting chief executive. She has laid aside her role as convener. She'll be reclaiming that in a couple of weeks' time when Paul comes on fully as our chief executive. But Jenny has been the brainchild behind all of the changes you're seeing in Clifton Terrace, the amazing different way of doing things. And honestly, she is one of my best friends. So thank you to Jenny Lang. And that's it, conference. Listen, safe journey home. It's a beautiful day out there, but do take care. And thank you once again for one of the best conferences I can remember. And we're now officially a Scottish Parliamentary Group again. How great is that?